Let's see. All right, I'd like to welcome everyone inside Buffalo Lanes in Jamestown, North Dakota. NDBowlTV is live for the first time this season. We got new setup here, new cameras, new everything. So ask for your patience as it's kind of a whole new system for us. It might be choppy at first, but we're trying to get the settings right. As you all know, I'm Darren Sini from NDBowling.com. I am joined today by Kirby Weller. He's a good friend of mine. He used to work here at Buffalo Lanes and actually bowled in this tournament yesterday. So he'll be able to provide us some good insight as to what this pattern does out here and how people are transitioning through the lanes. Kirby, how you doing today, man?
Oh, not too bad.
Good to have you. In our first match here, we've got Joel Galley and Clayton Moore. For those of you following along on our scoring, Joel is on the left scoring, and I think first hiccup of the day. Scoring might be a little behind, but we'll see. It might be good now. Yeah, looks good. Once again, if you had any problems with the stream, please go into the chat room, let us know. This is all new. Looks like it's going to be a little choppy for us today. I'll have to see in the future if that's a computer thing or if it's a connection thing, but we'll get that worked out over time. So, Kirby, how did you attack these lanes yesterday?
I just pretty much went right up the outside or moved in as everything progressed, I guess.
For standard, I did notice yesterday that early on in the day the scores were very low. I think the cut through the first 3 games was 6 over. You know, there was only like 4 or 5 guys that were even over early on. And then once the lane broke down, it got a little better for the righties. The lefties kind of had them early. That's what I saw, but I obviously wasn't bowling either, so. If those of you who are out there watching, if you could share the stream with all your friends on social media, that would be greatly appreciated. We will be here for the duration of day 2. Hopefully everything works right. I think my scoring camera is lagging behind here. Because I still, that bottom score isn't filled in yet, so one thing to add to the list of to work out here. Let's see if we can get the scoring fixed here. Looks like it's just late. And you know the funny part about all this stuff, it's all brand new. The Ube interface is brand new. You can test this stuff out till you're blue in the face at home, but once you get out on site, everything's different. All the variables are different. So and it's going to be different from lanes to lanes. So we'll just have to take it tournament by tournament and do the best we can to make this work. But so far, Clayton Moore's got the front four. Joel Gley, strike, strike, spare, strike. So close match.
And it's two high rev players that they can play pretty much anywhere at the lane too. So.
Right. It seemed like that. The way these lanes are and the condition, it helps the higher rev players, or they have the advantage, so to speak. At the same time, you got a few players out here that don't do that, such as Mike Morris.
Yep, Dave Schik.
Dave Schik, Ron Morlock. They're a little more of a finesse game, but you look at those guys and they're very good spare shooters, so
right.
You can easily see why they're here.
That's like even with me, I had to slow my speed down right away just to get the ball to get in there. And I have a decent amount of revs, just not a lot of revs. Especially how we all know it's pretty difficult to get going right away. Hands a little sore right away, so.
Looks like our score cam caught up now. Looks like it's working. Sometimes you just never know. Maybe it just had a little hiccup in it, who knows. And I did talk to the owner, Casey, and he mentioned that they're getting new scoring monitors here, is that right?
Yes, we have 6 in here right now on the new side, and he's hoping by state tournament that we will have all new ones.
Oh, perfect.
So they're nice 52-inch, I think.
Wow.
Flat screens.
Very nice. And for those of you watching, you can see how the scoring monitors were trying to pick up the score on there. They're a little old, and the one we're particularly using is a little faded. So from time to time, we'll be able to give you a little closer look here at the score like this. And if you don't see anything in the box under their frame, it's likely a strike. You just can't see it. But the numbers should give you what you need. And we are in game 1 of 9, and then we'll do a position round on 4 for a step ladder final.
And that was a tough miss from Clayton Moore that you don't see very often.
Very rare miss. And speaking of Clayton, last year, as many of you know here on NDBowlTV, Clayton Moore was the top seed in all 3 majors that he bowled, and it's something I've never seen in the time I've been bowling. The confidence the guy has on day 2, how good he is on day 2, is something I've never seen, and he was able to pull through at the CMA Memorial and win that one. He made the final against Mike Schmidt at the Manitoba Open, and then he was also in the final at KFYR. So very good season for him, and he looks like he's picking up right where he left off. Well, Joel Gley looked like he's going to try to take advantage of that open from Clayton, so. It's a good shot there. Well, looking up and down the house, it looks like the best scores out here so far on our championship pair. So. Good shot there. I think he wants this other shot back.
That's like yesterday. He had the front, what was it, front 8, and then all of a sudden he left a 7-pin, and that was a good shot too.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes 279.
That's the one thing I did see yesterday is a lot of bad carry breaks and a lot of good carry breaks.
Right.
It was different all over the house, and I saw some people go 7-10, and then the next shot they hit pocket and go 9-pin. So
I saw a lot of 7-pins yesterday too.
And to kind of go over day one for everyone, we had 35 bowlers attend. The top 10 advanced to day 2, where we're doing a round robin match play and cutting to the top 4 for the step ladder finals. We will see everyone today on the TV pair before the step ladder finals, so you'll get to see all 10 of the qualifiers, including defending champion Matt Smallin. He is in the day 2 lineup. Let's take a look at that score again. And as you see, Joel Gley with the one spare there in the 3rd, but otherwise strikes the whole way. Clayton Moore has a 9 miss in the 6th frame, but otherwise it's good. That spare version might be the difference in this game, it looks like. As many of you know, we came on air a little early this morning. A lot of the bowlers got into the bowling center a lot quicker than expected. Kind of put us here at NDBowlTV on the clock to get started, and we did. So we do have everything going for you. You can always go to the player live in the control room there, and you can look back at earlier part of the show if you need to. And this will also be on the archive for as long as NDBowlTV is around. So if you did miss part of the show, that is okay. You'll be able to watch it later on after everything processes and the show gets posted. Tight matchup here. So Clayton can strike out for 267. Joel Gley's still got 279 on the board. So heck of a matchup for our first one here.
Good shot.
That's a good shot there. So really at this point, all you can do is strike out and put a little pressure on his opponent. And you never know. That's the beauty of bowling. You never know. And you can never give up. As you see, Ryan Salt coming into the shot there in his, once again, typical Sunday attire here at bowling tournaments in North Dakota. Zubas and the rainbow.
Yeah, last night he was trying to decide if he was going to have his Minnesota Twins Zumba pants, or if he was going to go with the Bison Zoom shorts.
Yep. It looks like he went with the Bison green and gold Zuba shorts. So
yeah, his determining factor was that the Bison won yesterday. So
they did, which was a big win for them. For all you Bison fans out there, you know that Carson is no longer the quarterback for a few weeks at wrist surgery. Well, let's see what Clayton can do here. He did get the first one in the 10th, I believe.
Yep. Oh, left a stone's 10-pin there.
Looks like my scores froze up for a second, so we're just gonna take those off the screen. I don't know. We'll wait till they kind of load up so we don't throw people off here, but Clayton Moore will finish with a 256 with the spare conversion. Oh, looks like he got away with that one.
Yeah, he didn't like that right off his hand.
But that'll be a win for Joel Gley regardless in game one. And I do believe it's a 30-pin bonus for each match.
Yes, 30 pins, and if it's a tie, then it's 15 each.
Once again, for those of you who just joined us, we got a lot of new things going on here at NDBowlTV, so please be patient. Some things will work, some things, well, not so much. And we've been experiencing a little bit of both. Our scoring kind of freezes at times. Our scoring camera, the feed's a little choppy, but nonetheless, we do hope to provide you some good live bowling here today from Central North Dakota. And Joel Gley is going to finish out at 260 here. He'll get the win, and we'll move on to game two. I do want to remind everyone that NDBowlTV is sponsored by Ebonite. They're the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV, and we did give away a game breaker 2 yesterday to the qualifying leader, Matt Smallin. And you'll see Ebonite at several of the NDBowlTV shows. And also, for those of you who want to stay connected on social media, you can find us on Facebook, on Twitter, and of course you're watching here on our YouTube page or on ndbowling.com on the NDBowlTV page. So share it with your friends. That would be greatly appreciated. Social media is basically our main method of advertising, so if you guys can share it all over Facebook, Twitter, whatever, it helps. There was a football game started this morning out in London, so for those of you football junkies out there, got to make sure you watch that. Bills and Jaguars, I believe. Are you into the whole fantasy football, daily fantasy kind of thing, the big craze going out there?
Oh yeah, I'm in 2 different fantasy leagues, plus I do the FanDuel every once in a while too.
Very nice. I've tried a few of those, and it seems like the main strategy in the daily fantasy is trying to pick that one guy that goes crazy, that doesn't cost that much, that not many people would have drafted, so to speak. So, and if you don't pick that guy, everyone else seems like they did, and
Yep.
it's hard to get into that cashing spot. So let's see here. Looks like our next match could be Smallin and Selk. Is that what I'm seeing?
I guess I don't.
I think Ryan's moving his stuff over here.
Yeah, Ryan's moving over here, and looks like Smallin staying right beside here. So
a good matchup here. Ryan Selk, Matt Smallin. Game 2. And look at that. Our scoring is working in. Just have to keep an eye on it. I don't know why it just temporarily freezes up. Maybe it's using too much. Looks like I need a bigger processor going on here. But our next show is not for 3 weeks, and that next show will be in Sioux Falls at the Great Plains Scratch Classic on November 14th. I will be down in Sioux Falls with NDBowlTV. Tune in for that great event. Hopefully everything works well there. We can work out some of the bugs. But here's our first look at the defending champion. He won last year. And one thing I would like to point out is this morning, you know, Matt did not feel very well. I think he's coming down with a cold. He doesn't feel that great. He told me yesterday he almost did not come to the event and decided to make the drive down here. Ended up being the top qualifier because that's what Matt Smallin does. And here we are in day 2, and looks like he had a 233 and a win in the first match, so good start there, and not a good start for Ryan Selk. And once again, if you guys are watching, feel free to join us in the chat room. Let us know what you think. Got a few bugs to work out, we do know that, but nonetheless, you're watching live bowling here on NDBowlTV. I'm Darren Cini, live with Kirby Weller, and we are in game 2 of 9 today, so we'll be here for a while. Share the live stream with your friends. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. It's a good shot there. As many of you know, Matt's pretty much a machine when it comes to this sport. And we've watched him quite a bit on NDBowlTV, so he's no stranger to the cameras. So Kirby, where did you finish up yesterday?
I finished up, I think it was either 12th or 13th. I was 32 over. I just never had that big game. The low game for the day was a 194. And my high was 222.
Yeah, that's not bad.
One open. Other than that, they were all splits. So I didn't convert. Or they were not sparable, I should say.
I suppose. It did look tough out there. What I saw a lot of were the 2-8-10 combinations, you know, 2-4-8-10.
Yep.
A lot of that going on. If you got a little fast with your speed, didn't give the ball enough time to recover or to work, and you got in trouble. And a lot of people face that.
I left the 2-8-10 one time and the 2-4-8-10 the one time, and I did spare up the 2-4-8-10, so I was pretty happy about that. My only clean game of the day.
So you essentially needed that to get your clean game there.
Yeah, get my clean game, 222.
And if you guys haven't, those of you watching out there haven't been to NDBowling.com lately, we have several tournaments up. The next tournament, I believe, is the State Scratch Doubles event, which is right here at Buffalo Lanes in 2 weeks. So if you got a good doubles partner out there and you want to give it a run, go to NDBowling.com and check out the poster. All the information is posted on there. I will be here. Will you be bowling that one?
I will be bowling that with Ron Morlock.
Very nice.
And it will be pretty much on the same pattern.
Okay.
So you're still going to see quite a bit of that next week too, with the Baker's doubles on Saturday and then actual doubles on Sunday.
Yep, we bowl 18 Baker game on Saturday, I believe.
Yep.
And then 9 regular games for each bowler on Sunday. So total pins will win that one. It's a very good event. It's always very exciting. I think the defending champions are Ryan Selk and Wade Scott. They won last year in Dickinson.
Yeah, they beat out Morlock and I. Actually, we got second. So.
Oh yeah, did Herzrud and Kempel, did they fall down to third?
They fall down, yep.
I know that going in, it went down to like the last couple frames.
Yes.
It was a very, very close doubles event. For considering how each bowler essentially bowls 18 games over the weekend, it's amazing how close it ends up in that tournament. The team is usually the same way too.
Right. And once again, that's the different styles of bowling, and you know, Kempel and Herzrud are two completely different styles of bowling, and
yeah, it's all about knowing your doubles partners, you know, tendencies, their equipment, how they bowl, a lot of that. You know, my doubles partner, who we're seeing right now, Matt Smallin, I grew up with the kid, and we know, you know, if he's on this ball standing here, I know where to stand and where to play, and I know the small tendencies in his game. So if I can see when he misses it at the bottom, I can see if he shoves it down the lane, and that's the hard part about that is Matt's approach is so similar every time that the errors in his game are so small, and it's hard to see. And luckily for me, I've bowled with him my whole life, so I can see those and make adjustments accordingly.
yeah, I'm not so lucky with Ron. I've been up here for 7 years now, but ever since I started bowling here, Ron's helped me out a lot, and I try to help him out if I can, and
well, kind of a ho-hum day for Matt Smallin in day 2.
yeah.
I would be very surprised if we do not see him in our final 4-step ladder here at the end of the day. But you know, anything can happen. I've seen him win several tournaments, and I've seen him not bowl so well in a few as well. So, you know, we're all human. But from the way it looks now, it looks like he's got a good hold on the lanes. Just kind of missed that inside a little bit.
I've already bowled 3 tournaments this year and cashed in the first 2, and this one just out of the money. So.
Yeah, what other tournaments did you bowl in?
I bowled up in Carrington in the Quaker Stake, and then I also bowled down in Oaks in their first ever.
Okay, yeah, they had that sweeper going on down there.
That was kind of fun. I lost to a 16-year-old down there, but
yeah, and for those of you watching, if you ever want to get into the tournament scene, just head over to NDBowling.com, click on upcoming events. There's tournaments there for everyone. I do know there's some women's tournaments that will eventually be posting once they get some posters out. A lot of handicap events, a lot of scratch events. Just head on over there. There's information all over the place, and if there's a tournament that you want posted on NDBowling.com, you can contact me. My contact information is on the site, and we can get that tournament posted. And if there's something you can't find, also let me know. That's what we're here for, to help grow the sport. And if you could share our live stream with all your friends on social media, that would be great. our main method of advertising is through social media. So anything you guys can do to help us is greatly appreciated. We are in game 2 of 9 today on day 2 of match play at the NDBowling.com Kickoff Classic. Ryan Selk and Matt Smallin in game 2. Once again, our scoring seems like it's been the only hiccup. Sometimes our scoring cam freezes up on us. And as you can see, Matt Smallin is the score on the left. Ryan Selk is the score on the right.
Maybe Ryan should have wore his other Zumba pants.
Yeah, right? Well, if the Bison lose next week, I know who to blame. You know, when we look at the field was only 35 guys, but if you ask me, looking up and down the qualifying the sheet, it's a pretty stacked field for 35 guys. There's multiple major winners out here. Clayton Moore won the CMA last year. Matt Smollin's won 3 majors. Mike Morris has won several majors, and you know, Dave Schik, he's won 5. He's second all time in major victories. So there's a lot of very good bowlers out here. A few younger bowlers. You got Bradley Nordick out here, John Breckel. Then you got the vets like Dave Schik, Ron Morlock, Mike Morris. So you got a little bit of everything out here today.
It's one thing I haven't done yet is won a major. So.
Yeah, that's one thing on a lot of people's minds. And if it were you, what do you think is the easiest one to win of the 4?
It's overall pretty tough. I mean, North Dakota has pretty good bowlers, and I'm just glad to actually be up there in not the top 10, but you know, I'm just glad to be up there bowling with these guys. And once you get the experience and stuff and get your butterflies out, you could say.
Yep.
It's like yesterday with Patrick Kinsler. This was his first ever scratch tournament, and he did shoot 300.
He
so
did, yes.
that was nice to see. That's his second one ever. He bowled one back in junior league. So.
And I will say the final shot was a very good ball too. It was about as good as you can post one. So.
Yeah, he had one bad ball that was in the 3rd frame, and other than that, everything else was solid in the pocket. So.
And speaking of Patrick too, that's one thing I do like to see is new bowlers out here bowling at these kind of tournaments. And I know a lot of people may get scared away when you bowl a tournament like this, and you see the caliber of bowlers out here, and you may not, you know, be successful in your first attempt. But that's really what it takes is, you know, going out here, learning what the lanes do, and learning what you need to do to be successful out at one of these things. And you know, I commend Patrick for coming out and bowling. He bowled well. You could tell early on that he was a little nervous.
Yeah.
And once he got settled in, he, you know, like we were saying, he shot 300, and that is something you don't see very often. So, but I think that last shot by Matt will illustrate that there is a little out of bounds here.
Oh yeah.
If you miss it right outside of, I would say 5 or 6.
Yeah, it's right around 6. Right away, I was playing like right around straight up 7 or 8. So I got her out a little bit, and I either just tapped the 10 pin or the head pin, or I didn't hit it at all. So you saw a lot of washouts yesterday.
Yep. On the spare conversion, and I think he wants that first shot back. Okay, it looks like our scoring camera is still live. Matt Smallin will get away with that one.
He's not happy with it, but he'll take it.
I think we would all take it.
Yeah.
And I think he'll be happy that that one was recorded on NDBowlTV, so he'll be able to relive that shot for years to come.
Oh, and tough break for Selk.
Yeah. And Ryan's moving a little slow this morning. He did support the local establishments last night, and I can tell you all out there that had no effect on his choice of attire today. So this is the norm for Ryan, and many people say bowl what you're comfortable in, and I truly believe that's what this guy's comfortable in, and those of us here in North Dakota have come to expect it from him.
Yeah.
So if you're watching from somewhere not in North Dakota, just, take it from us. This is normal for him.
It's like when he comes in 2 weekends. I'm sure he's gonna have 2 different pairs.
Oh yeah, in 2 weeks at the doubles, he'll be right back here at Buffalo Lanes wearing the same thing, I'm sure. I think last year I thought it was funny at the doubles how one day he had some Zuba pants for Wade Scott, his doubles partner. And
yes.
I have never seen Wade Scott wear Zubas until that day, and I thought that was pretty entertaining.
Thank you.
And tough game for Selk, but he always seems to come back somehow. So.
Yeah, and like we mentioned earlier, on the right side of the lane, they're a little tighter early on, and as the tournament progresses and more traffic goes on that side of the lane, they did open up yesterday towards the end of the qualifying round. So I expect the same thing to happen here.
I noticed one thing: you can't, like I had to throw a mildly solid ball to start out for the first. I did that for the first 7 games, and then I switched actually to a pearl. So,
Okay.
I mean, it's if you have the revs though. I mean, you can throw that pearl. It's just hopefully it's a strong enough pearl to get through and get up. So.
And speaking of traffic on the sides of the lanes, I think we had 4 lefties in our.
Yes, we had 4 lefties.
In the field yesterday, and they weren't like slouch lefties either. You had Jeff Smith, you had Blake Wallstrom,
Wade Scott,
Barry Vossler was out here.
Barry Vossler, yeah.
So, and they, from what I could tell, they had them early because on the fresh here, that's kind of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
And as the lanes broke down a little bit, they got a little over-under for them because there wasn't like enough traffic.
Yeah, we actually had 5 lefties. We did have a local here, Brian Lux.
Okay.
So it was good to see him come out here, and he always goes up to Minot and bowls that. Which one is it? King of the Hill, I think.
Okay, yep. And that tournament's coming up here in about a month.
That's the one I've never been to. I've only bowled in Minot 1 time. So
that is a good tournament, and I know we don't have the poster out yet on ndbowling.com, but it's a very unique tournament. In you bowl 6 games, and they cut you to the top 16, and that's regardless of how many people enter. I think one year the weather was really bad. They only had like 20 entries. They still cut to the top 16. Granted, they don't pay all those spots, and after they cut to the top 16, it's a double elimination match play. So, and as well as I do, in match play anything can happen. So, the winner of that event gets a free entry into the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout and ndbowling.com major. So, it's a fun tournament. A lot of good bowlers go up there to bowl that one to try to win that free entry because that's $175 in itself. So,
right.
If you're looking for a tournament to bowl, I think it's the Sunday of Thanksgiving weekend. So if you're not too stuffed off of Thanksgiving meals and don't have too many relatives in town, come up to Minot and bowl that event. It's a good one of my favorites every year.
Well, perfect example for match play. First game of the day, when I made the cut down in Aberdeen for the first time, I bowled against Rich from Bismarck. Can't remember his last name actually now, but I struck out, shot a 254, and he ended up striking out for a 257 in the first game day.
Oh wow!
So I mean that, and then I bowled against Jack Nelson the next game. He came out for 190 and shot 250 on me, and I shot 240. So I mean,
very nice. And that's the thing about match play. You can shoot a really good game, and the other guy just throws one better shot, and you can win with really bad games.
Right.
I've seen them all, and growing up in traveling team and stuff like that, a lot of those tournaments were individual matches. So I got to bowl a lot more match play than those who didn't come up in the junior program did, and I know that's helped me when I get into day 2 of tournaments. Bowling against other people and knowing that anything can happen, and you just got to kind of stick to your game and throw a good shot.
One thing that really helps is that extra 30 bonus pins if you can win that, because I only won that time. I won 2 matches all day and I ended up 11th place. I had one game that was a 199, everything else was over 200, so I mean those bonus pins help a ton.
Absolutely, and I know that I've been in a few majors on day 2 where had I won maybe 2 or 3 more matches, I was in the show.
Right.
And I didn't, and at the same time, I think it was a KFYR the last time I made the cut there, which is I think it was a couple of years ago when Phil Mann won it. Could be 3 years ago. But I remember bowling Phil in match play, and in the 10th frame, I needed a mark, and I go up there and wrap a 10 pin, and for whatever reason I missed it, and we end up tying.
Oh, okay.
And so we each got 15 bonus pins, and at the end of the day, he made the number 5 spot of that show over Dwayne Sandvik by, I think it was 2 or 3 pins.
Right.
So had I picked up that 10 pin, Phil wouldn't have been in the show, and we'd have a different winner. So,
right.
So it's crazy how at any point today during our match play, somebody could miss a spare, someone could get lucky on a strike, and that can change the whole collection of the event. But that's the beauty of bowling.
Right.
So.
And now we have Chris Charles here and Dave Schik on the main pair here.
Yeah, and I do believe these are 2 of the finalists last year. I do believe it was Chris Charles, Dave Schik, Brad Nordick, and Matt Smallin as the Final 4 last year. And so they're all here again today. You did make day 2 here last year, didn't you?
I did make day 2, and I struggled quite a bit. I think I only had 1 or 2 games over 200. I won 1 match, which was against Ron Morlock, my doubles partner. And he still ended up just creeping ahead of me, so...
And another thing I would like to point out to those of you who are viewing here today, normally on day 2, it's been my experience that the lanes are a little tighter. The lane condition is still in the oiler, so its second application on day 2 is usually more true to what condition is out there. It has less of the house shot built into it, so you'll normally see the condition a little bit tougher on day 2. It's not always the case, but it usually is.
And there's not as much play, so I mean it won't burn up as much,
right,
or as fast.
And see, that shot there by Dave is what we saw a lot of out of the guys who don't really rev the ball and get the ball moving left to right.
Right.
And I know Dave, his main thing, he's got to get the ball rolling through the pins, and if it doesn't get rolling, you see a lot of that, the flat 10. But at the same time, it's like him and Mike Morris. They have about, the same kind of roll,
yeah,
a little different release, but they're amazing spare shooters, and thankfully he picked that up. So
Right.
I didn't jinx them.
Yeah.
They're great spare shooters, and that's why you see them in contention at a lot of events. I think I watched Mike Morris yesterday go 2 or 3 games where he was clean, but he had a 190, 180, you know, because
Yeah.
just picking up spares, because you know eventually the lanes will come to you and you'll get that good game, but you got to avoid the tournament killer.
Chris Charles, he goes up the outside too. He doesn't have a lot of revs on the ball, and he's about the same. Not quite. He has a little bit more revs than what Schik does and Morris.
Looks like we got a score sheet out here. We'll get one from the owner Casey here in a minute. I think he only printed off enough for the bowlers and not us here at NDBowlTV. All right, so our first score sheet is out through 2 games. Our leader is Clayton Moore. No surprise there on day 2.
No.
Clayton Moore is always near the top of the leaderboard. He's at 544. He lost that first game to Joel Galley, who is in second place at 524. Matt Smallin in third at 521. Then it drops off to Mike Morris at 471. So the top three guys are kind of running away there. And then Brad Nordick, Ron Morlock, John Breckel, Ryan Selk, Dave Schik, and Chris Charles round out the leaderboard there. So these 2 guys here on our featured pair are at the bottom, so whoever gets this win here, maybe it could jumpstart them and get them going to kind of climb back into contention, so to speak. Once again, if you guys are watching on NDBowlTV, please share the live stream with everyone on social media. Give us a thumbs up on the player there. All the likes we can get. Should make a post to our Facebook page. You know, one thing I don't like about Facebook is when you run a page that's not like your personal page and you go on the mobile site, it doesn't let you have to go into like a page manager. You can't just go onto Facebook and make a post to that page. You have to go to a separate app. And I really wish Facebook would change that. Make things a lot easier.
And a tough break there for Chris Charles. Got it in a hair and ended up leaving a big split.
Let's take a closer look at our score here. Looks like it is indeed still working. We got Dave Schik is on the left, Chris Charles on the right.
And that last shot of Schik's, he got away with that a little bit, but like we said before, we'll all take it.
Absolutely, and looks like Chris is going to have to dig himself out of an early hole here in this match. And just a quick reminder to those watching, they are actually upgrading the scoring systems here at Buffalo Lanes in Jamestown, so that'll be a good added, I guess, cosmetic improvement to the bowling center. And the ones we're currently looking at are the old ones, and you probably won't see these ones at next year's event. So take a good look at those. We'll try to kind of keep you on the scoring cam, the closer one here, from time to time, to let you know what's going on. But I am excited to see the new scoring systems, as they do have them installed on, what, 3 pair down there,
Yep,
6 lanes?
3 pair down on 15 through 20.
And do they plan on having those done by the state tournament time?
Casey wasn't going to right away, but after looking at them and seeing them, I think he's going to actually get them all for all 20 lanes, so that'll be nice.
It'll be very nice. Much bigger screens, and probably got a different scoring interface going in those, so they'll look a little different than these.
Actually, I think they're going to be they're going to be just like this, except for you can actually see everything on there. So
a little more clear.
And they won't go out on us as much as what did when I was still working here full time. And these ones you got to change the boards on, and with the new ones you don't have to worry about boards. You can just tweak it pretty much right on the remote. So
that'll be very nice. The maintenance of it will be a lot better.
Right.
And it was kind of unlucky that the way it's set up here, I know you guys can't see it on the screen there, but every other pair they've got, it's at a TV monitor in between the scoring monitors there, on like above 6 or 7 and 8.
Yeah, every other pair.
And so the last year we used lanes 7 and 8 as a TV pair, but that is a pair that has a TV screen in the middle of it. And so the scoring cam doesn't work well with that. It's better if the actual scorers are closer together so you can see them both in one shot. And it just so happens that this particular scoring monitor is kind of faded, and the strikes, or the red of the strikes, don't come through as clearly. So we're making do with it, and it looks like our scoring cam is still working quite well. Even with that open there in the 6th, Dave Schik does have a sizable lead, but it's not over till it's over. Just like this match here to the right, I know we can't see that on the screen, but it's Matt Smallin against Ron Morlock, and I do believe Ron missed a single pin there.
Ron just missed a 4-pin.
And that changed everything about that match, because Ron did have a commanding lead there.
And Smallin did leave a 2-8-10 split.
Ooh.
And that's a tough break for Smallin there, because now leaves the door open for Ron.
Now if he spares that up and strikes, that's what, 234?
234.
And then Ron can get 235.
Yeah, Ron strikes out for 235.
So to the pair to the right, the defending champion Matt Smallin is in a tough battle with Ron Morlock. If he spares this and strikes, Ron Morlock will need all 3 to win that match. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. So while you were bowling out there yesterday, what kind of equipment did you see people throwing? Did you see a lot of a certain ball, a certain, solids as opposed to pearls?
Well, right away I saw a lot of solids, and a lot of these guys, they played solids all day, and I have no idea how they do it. And they're pretty aggressive solids. I mean, John Breckel, for example, threw a upper cell pretty much all day. After he went like 160, 170 the first 2 games, he switched to that ball, and I mean, it was just pretty much lights out. And we had another guy on our pair that he threw a solid all day till the last game.
Which is interesting because, I grew up in Minot, and they used to have the same surface, the wood with Guardian overlay on them. And when I grew up there, what I found was, I guess, better for me was throwing pearls and throwing strong drilled pearls,
Right.
stronger layouts. Because a lot of when I threw solids, depending on how I had it drilled, it would burn up on me.
Yeah.
And I would leave flat 10s, and it wouldn't exactly roll through the pins like you want it to. And I do know one thing. The one part I am disappointed about is not getting to bowl yesterday, because I'll be here in a couple weeks for the doubles. So
Yeah.
I did think a lot more people would bowl this event because of that, to kind of figure out how their equipment reacts on this surface. Because as far as the bigger bowling centers around North Dakota, I don't know many that have this surface still.
Right.
So it's unique in its own way. And
they did just refinish them this last summer. And Ron Morlock on their pair to the right, he did strike out and beat Smallin by 1 pin. So I mean that's a good match there.
That's got to feel good for Ron to get that one. Especially after the single pin miss there in the 9th frame.
Yeah, and you don't see him miss that very often, because I bowl with him on Wednesday nights and bowl against him on Tuesday nights. And
yeah, it's one thing I've noticed over the last few years is I've seen Ron make a lot of cuts at majors. Like I've seen him in day 2 up in Manitoba, which is a very tough tournament to make day 2 on. The field up there is so good. And also up in Minot. I think those 2 tournaments are the strongest fields we see all year. And I've seen him make day 2 on a number of times. So always good to see the local guys doing well.
Oh yeah, it was nice that I think we had 4 or 5 of our local guys actually that could make it end up coming and bowling. So.
We got a shout out here in the chat from Mike Green. Mike, I do wish you were here too.
Somebody's got to be in the field though.
Yeah, Mike Green actually, he said he thought this tournament was next weekend, and he booked a vacation with his family to Florida for this week because the kids had Thursday, Friday off is what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And he went out to Florida with his family and then soon realized that the tournament was the same weekend, so he definitely wanted to be here. And I believe he did make our day 2 last year.
Yes,
I think he shot 298 day 1 too, so. Well, take a little closer look at the score here. Chris Strauss is finishing up. He'll be in the 150s, so looks like Dave Schik has this win in hand. And Chris is going to have an uphill battle the rest of the day, I think. To repeat his performance last year, he was on the Final 4, so.
I think last year he had a little slow start right away too, and then he went big after that. So.
Right.
By the end of the day, I won't hurt
Yeah, it looks like that awesome scoring camera of mine decided it wanted to freeze again. But I will assure you that Dave Schik will indeed win this match. As we finish up game 3 of 9 today, moving right along. We will have 9 games of match play, followed by a position round, and then the top 4 will be in our stepladder finals later today. Do you have the prize sheet over there?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Our prize fund, which had $2,000 added from the local gaming,
Yes.
was it?
Well,
And the buff here?
Yeah, from the buff here, and then in one of our local gamings that we have actually in the buff too.
Very nice. So we do want to thank them for adding $2,000 to the prize fund. And we're giving away $1,040 for first, $850 for second, $750 for third, $660 for fourth, $575 for fifth, $475 for sixth, $350 for seventh, $300 for eighth, $250 for ninth, and $200 for 10th. So, you know, with the $150 entry, first is over $1,000, and you know, I know some bigger tournaments than this that pay out close to that. So
Right.
you can definitely see where that $2,000 comes into play.
Oh, that's pretty big for first place with only 35 bowlers also.
I do agree. So while we have a little break here, I do want to remind you all that we are sponsored here at NDBowlTV by Ebonite. They're the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. And stay connected with us on social media. Find us on Facebook and on Twitter. And of course, you're watching on the YouTube page or on ndbowling.com. And then in 3 weeks, we will be in Sioux Falls for the Great Plains Scratch Classic. If you haven't yet and want to enter that tournament, we do have information on ndbowling.com under the upcoming events page.
Yeah, that's one that I was hoping to get to, but I will be becoming a dad actually on the Thursday before that. So
Oh, congratulations.
thank you.
Do you guys know what you're having?
Little girl.
Little girl. Very nice. My doubles partner, Matt Smallin, and his wife are actually expecting as well a boy in February. So congrats to them. Congrats to everyone.
That was kind of cool how he told everyone what it is. I saw it on Facebook.
Yeah, they each threw a ball. She threw a pink ball, he threw a blue ball, and our good old Jeff Craig was in the back, and he opened the envelope. Nobody knew, and he held one of the bowling balls back, and whatever one he sent through is what it was, and the blue ball came out. So.
And now our match here is against Brad Nordick and Joel Gley.
So Joel Gley is already back on our featured pair. I guess that's just the luck of the draw.
Yeah.
We're using 5 pairs here, so I think everyone will bowl at least, well, 4 pairs you're going to bowl 2 games on, and then depending on position round.
Yeah. So we'll see some guys twice and some guys only once, depending.
I think we'll have to talk to Casey and have our 3-4 matchup on our featured pair here for the position round, because that's usually the most exciting one. And then we'll have the 1-2 on the left and the 5-6 on the right, so we'll be in good range to see what's going on here later today. So the position round is shaping up to be pretty good. Oh, looks like our scoring cam is back up and unpaused. So I can get that up for you. I think Joel is throwing an outcry right now.
Yeah, it looks like it. And I think Brad is throwing one of those maniacs.
So, you know, that shot that Joel threw, I thought at about 30 feet, you could see it kind of check or set up. And he even looks a little perplexed on that one. So I wonder if Joel will make a move on that lane. And perhaps on both lanes, because he did open that first frame there on lane 6.
That was a 2-4-8-10, and he almost spared it too.
And that, I think, as a bowler, that's the one thing that I hate is one lane, you 2-4-8-10 on a, you either shove it on the lane or it doesn't read the lane properly like you think. You go to the left lane and it checks early.
Right.
So now you got a two-way miss going on between the 2 lanes. And you got to make some quick decisions in a match like this. You can't just, no, you know, maybe that was me, maybe that was a lane, you know. As you can see there on the lane to the right, another 2-8-10 combination.
And actually yesterday when I was on 5 and 6, I did have to. I was playing 2 different lines actually. I had to move my feet a little bit, so.
And that's not uncommon. I've had, several tournaments where you're throwing a different ball on each lane, a different line, everything. So that's part of the game. We do have a quick scoring update here through game 3. Joel Galley is the new leader at 786. Matt Smallin in second at 755. Clayton Moore at 723. And Brad Nordick at 722. So this match is a match of 2 in the top 4. And then Mike Morris, Ron Morlock, John Breckel, Ryan Selk, Dave Schik, and Chris Charles round out the top scorers here, or I guess our only scorers. We have 10 people here today that made it to day 2. They will bowl 9 round robin match play matches, with the winners getting 30 pins each. At the end of the 9 games, we'll have a position round and cut to the top 4 for the stepladder finals. Once again, if you're watching, give us a thumbs up on the player there, on the YouTube player, unless you're watching on NDBowling.com. Share with on social media. Everything helps. It looks like by watching the stream here, we have a few bugs to work out over the next couple weeks, but that was expected. As many of you know, we upgraded a lot of our equipment this year to be able to show you the scoring, and with that, it takes a little bit more, I guess you could say, computer usage to do that. And you have to find the right combination of frame rate and everything else to make it work at its best capabilities. So we have a little tweaking to do, but nonetheless, we are here providing live bowling in North Dakota. Once again, I'm Darren Sini with NDBowling.com, joined by Kirby Weller, who used to work here at Buffalo Lanes and did bowl yesterday, so he'll provide some good insight as to what the lanes are doing. See, and there you go with that last shot by Joel. We watched him bowl on lane 5 the first time, and it looked like the ball checked up at about 30 feet, and he went high. And now this one, he tried to give it a little more room, and it didn't quite roll through the pins. Left that 7 you were talking about.
No.
We see a lot left yesterday, but it almost like it puts you in jail, so to speak, because do you change balls? Do you move on the lane? Was the checkup on the first time he threw the ball on 5, was that him? Was it the ball? Was it the lane? That's the unknown in bowling that is so hard to figure out, and we're gonna have to watch that left lane to see, as more matches come on and in our finals, if that comes into play.
And he did make a little move on lane 6, and he made a good shot and struck, so.
And you can see that Brad is playing a part of the lane a little farther to the right than Joel is. And we'll see kind of how his shot reacts here on lane 5. Yeah, that one was in from where he threw it on lane 6, but it's where he could be playing on that lane, like you said, 2 different areas, and that spot on lane 5 could be coming into play here.
And actually, when I got the ball in yesterday, I left a lot of 10 pins. It hit solid in the pocket, and then I was in 10 pin. Actually, I bowled with Ben Muse all day yesterday, and he left a stone 6 pin.
Oh, wow.
And that's pretty uncommon for him with how many revs and his speed and everything.
And he is right-handed.
And he is right-handed.
You gotta know that, yeah. So a stone 6 for a righty is different. Okay, and to remind everyone, we're in our first broadcast of the season here at NDBowlTV. We're in Jamestown at Buffalo Lanes. The NDBowling.com Kickoff Classic, second edition. And this match is Joel Gley and Brad Nordick, which are 2 in the top 4 right now. And I think Joel's a little lost on this pair. He started out on this pair early today and shot 260 in a victory over Clayton Moore. Comes back 2 games later. And it seems like both these lanes, 5 and 6, are a hair different, and they're causing some troubles for our bowlers, because we only have 1 strike on the left lane so far. And take a quicker look at the score here. And Brad Nordick is on the left, Joel Gley is on the right. Joel's got a little bit of work to do. So you bowled a lot in this house. Are there any, differences from the high end of the house to the low end of the house? And because I know up at North Hill Bowl, growing up there, a lot of the tournaments are held on the low end of the house, and a lot of the birthday parties and kids, they're held on the high end of the house. So when the CMA Memorial Shoot comes around, I already know as I go higher to the higher end of the house, it's going to hook less, just naturally based on the lane play and everything else. Is there certain things like that in this house?
Yeah, I mean, 1 and 2 always play different, even right off the bat. They're normally 2 to 3 boards different right away. Sometimes they transition to being the same. Over on like 15 through 20, those actually are the birthday party ones. Those are the only ones we have bumpers on, and they don't get as much hard play on them, you could say, because they're all 8 pounds, 10-pound balls and not reactive. So I mean, they play quite a bit different. Actually, I like to play over there just because it actually makes it so it's a little bit better shot, you could say. It makes you actually throw a good shot. And over here, I mean, on our house pattern, it's nothing compared to what it is right now. You actually have a little bump to the outside.
Right, and then with the lane surface, you have a little bit of natural friction out there.
Right.
But there is a lot of oil out here today. If you've been watching early on, you miss outside 5 or 6, and the ball it's probably not going to recover.
No.
And if it does, you're not going to be left with anything good. A lot of great combinations, a lot of washouts, and I did see that the pattern and the surface does benefit higher rev players, and the people that don't rev the ball as much, you can tell they're the extremely accurate guys and very good spare shooters. So
right.
A lot of the people that made the cut last year are bowling here right now. I think let's see, I don't know, made the cut last year.
Yeah.
Ryan Selk did, Chris Charles did, Smallin did, Brad Nordick did. I think we've got at least 5 or 6. Yeah, 5 or 6 guys here that made the cut last year. So now let's see what Joel does here on the right lane. Let's see if he's made a move at all. He's thrown a different ball. Got a decent reaction. There it is again, the 7-pin that we've been talking about. And what I watched yesterday, it seemed like a lot of flat 10s carried out, and then you got some flat hits that left 7s that had no chance. And
right. Well, and you have pins going all over the place, and they just wrap right around it and just let it sit there.
I think that miss right there from Joel was a frustration miss, because he knows he made a decent shot, that first shot there, and couldn't carry it to 7 when he's been struggling for most of the game. Now he'll have to regroup here, and he's throwing a different ball in the right lane. Let's see how that reacts, if he can get around that hook spot.
I think he's throwing his is Lucid, which is a little bit stronger, but gets down the lane a little bit farther than that Outcry with being Pearl instead of Hybrid there.
And he did move a little left with that, or to the right, I mean, and I think he'll stick with that one, as he did make a good shot on the right, just a bad break. So looks like Brad Nordick has this match in hand. Ooh, trips out the 4. Wonder if he missed in on that shot, or that was a lane change there.
Looks like he didn't get it out quite as far as what he has been. So.
Okay, as the day goes on, we'll get a few more people here watching our show. If you've just joined us, please share on social media as much as you can about the show today. You guys are advertising for NDBowling.com. That shot looked right. I think he knew it off his hand. But you know, in this current match, if he just spares out and just stays out of trouble, he'll get his 30 bonus pins and move on. It doesn't look like a very friendly pair anymore.
No.
But yeah, once again, if you guys all want to stay connected to NDBowling.com, just visit us on Facebook, find us on Twitter, stay connected.
I think that's like with opening up the lanes, when you have 2 high rev players playing right away on the lane and open it up, and then all of a sudden you have 2 guys that are not high rev players, it kind of screws up the lane a little bit, but just something you got to deal with.
Yeah, our first match on our TV pair here was Joel Galley and Clayton Moore.
Yeah.
And then we've seen Chris Charles and Dave Schik on this pair as well. So you got a complete variety of styles on that lane. So
and leaves a
once
10
again,
pin.
Makes a good shot on that right lane, and now he leaves the other corner. So I think this is a frustration thing. You don't normally see that from Joel.
No.
But, you know, he is the leader after 3, wasn't he?
After 4. Yeah, after 3.
After 3 games, he was our leader. So,
you know, he's still got
a good base to work on here, and maybe it's just this pair. I mean,
sure he'll be happy that he's done with this pair.
I think so too. We'll have to watch as more matches are bowled on this pair how people are playing each lane, because I think they're going to start playing them a little different.
And it looks like next match we're going to have Selk for sure. Seeing there, that one went a little high and it carried the 7 pin.
Yeah, it's just the beauty of bowling. You cannot perfect this game, and there's a lot of skill. Mentally, it's a very tough sport because you can't see obstacles, and you got to make sound decisions, and that takes a little bit of luck. You know, I know a lot of people say they'd rather be lucky than good, and it holds true in many cases. And Joel finishes up here with a 161. Brad's got this match in hand, and Brad was 4th going into this game. So a win here will likely vault him up a little ways, and Joel might have some making up to do.
And our number 2 Smallin, he just went 268. So
with the victory, so yeah. He'll likely be our new leader after 5 or 4, right? We're on game 4.
After 4, yes. Yep. Clayton's gonna go. He can go 230 here if he strikes out, which will put him up there too. So, and it looks like he will get. Oh no, 220.
So Brad's going to finish out here with a possible 206 if he strikes here. Once again, this is game 4 of 9 in our match day portion today. After 9 games, we'll have a position round and cut to the top 4 for a step ladder final. Oh, it's a good spot for that shot as he finishes up with a 202 in the victory.
And Clayton did just go 230, so I mean he'll still be about, well, he'll be 60 back from Smallin. Smallin will jump up.
So our top 3 are likely going to be Smallin, Clayton Moore, and Brad Nordick.
That's going to drop Joel probably down to 4th or 5th.
Okay. And to remind everyone, you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. All brand new stuff this year. We're still trying to work out some of the kinks, but nonetheless, we're here. It's working. Well, for the most part, our scoring cam kind of freezes from time to time, but
it looks like John Breckel's going to go against Selk here.
all right. So, and speaking of John Breckel, this is another guy that I've seen bowl very well in tournaments the last year or 2 years. He's made a lot of day 2 events at majors. He's bowled well at the local events, and a guy that's really worked on his game and, you know, honed down on what he does, and he does it well. So you'll see him in a lot of day 2 events, and I want to say he bowled day 2 last year, didn't he?
Yes.
So,
I think so.
So he was on our live stream last year, and I think he just barely missed out on the show, if not in it. But
yeah, I think he was number 5 actually.
The first guy out, yeah.
And once again, he is throwing that hypercell again today.
Yeah, he didn't use that right away, did he? Yesterday.
No, he didn't switch to that till game 3 or 4. Like, he threw it in warm-ups and decided to put it in his bag, and I think actually if he would have thrown that all day, he probably would have been top qualifier because he was lights out the rest of the day. So.
I know he shot 277 and a 240 and a 230 all in a row.
Yeah.
Games 4, 5, 6 or 5, 6, 7, and that vaulted him up there. And he actually came within what, 2 pins of Smallin as a top qualifier. So, you know, after Matt shot 230, I think, his last game of qualifying, and many people thought he was a qualifying leader, but I don't think people knew what John was doing, and he was going 150, 160 over the last 4 games. So he almost caught Matt for the top qualifier in the free Ebonite bowling ball we gave away yesterday. So,
and he did. Like I said yesterday, I think he started with the 160, 170, and then I think he might have went 190, and after that, then he started to pick it up. So.
Yep, and you can see him throwing that ball first thing today. I think he learned a thing or 2 yesterday throwing it. So, and I do know for a fact that doesn't bode well for us in doubles, because he knows what he's going to throw, and you know, him and Jeremiah Smith, I believe, are going to be partners in that one.
Yes, they are. And actually, yesterday in the blind doubles, they were also partners.
Yeah, they got put together in the blind draw doubles. And so I think there is a little bit of an advantage to bowling this event when it comes to doubles in 2 weeks, because you know, normally doubles isn't here; it's on a rotating site, and this year it happens to be in Jamestown 2 weeks after this event. So I think it's going to come to an advantage for those who bowled this event in 2 weeks, and we'll see what happens, and you'll see final results and probably a tournament recap of that event on ndbowling.com the following Monday. So for those of you who aren't bowling and want to stay up to date on that tournament, the doubles, which is our next event in 2 weeks, NDBowlTV will not be there, but we will give you a good tournament recap on ndbowling.com the Monday after. We have a scoring update here through game 4. Matt Smallin is the new leader at 1,054. In second is Clayton Moore at 986. Brad Nordick is at 954 in third. Joel Galley fell to fourth at 947. And then it's an 80-pin drop to fifth, which is Ron Morlock. So there's a little bit of separation on that TV show cutoff that I'm sure we'll get a little closer as the days go on. One thing I would like to point out is on yesterday's qualifying round, the last game, I believe Chris Charles shot 260.
267 to pull 2 pins ahead of Ron Morlock.
Right, and you know there was a lot of movement that last game, and we'll have the qualifying standings posted on NDBowling.com probably sometime this week. But when you look at the first few people that were out of the cut, there was Eric Kempel, there was Jack Nelson, a lot of very good bowlers just missed the cut. Blake Wallstrom, who could have been the only lefty here today, but kind of struggled the last couple of games with carry and making really good shots. So had he made it, you know, I think that changes the whole complexity of day two as well, having one lefty in here compared to having none. So there were a lot of good bowlers that just missed the cut, and the movement the last game was pretty exciting to watch. All right, so who do we have watching out here? If you guys are on the YouTube page, feel free to chime in on the chat room. And I know we don't have the chat room up on the ndbowling.com page, which is okay. It's a new watch page on ndbowling.com. I don't know if you visited it, but I put our live stream on the NDBowlTV page on ndbowling.com, so it's a little easier to access. People don't have to go through YouTube to find us. And all of our shows will be on there. After this show, I'll likely post the Great Plains Scratch Classic show on there, so that when that show comes around, people will be able to go to the same page on ndbowling.com to watch a show. All right, John here up on lane 6, working on a good game so far.
That one he just didn't get it out quite as far as he was. Lucky he didn't go through the face.
We'll take a quick look at our scores here. Ryan Selk is the bowler on the left and John Breckel on the right. And John's got an early lead in this match. Looks like our scoring camera caught back up again and is no longer freezing on us.
Ooh, and that'll hurt Breckel a little bit there.
You know, I did see a lot of that yesterday. The way the right side, far right side of the lane, there's a lot of oil out there, and it's probably the same on the left too. When people left combinations with the 3-pin, the 9-pin, they tried to hook at it, and once the ball got outside that 10 board, it like hydroplaned, and a lot of people missed to the right on those. So
that's one reason why I don't even throw a plastic ball anymore. I just throw straight at it with one of my strike balls that I have. And
oh, there you go.
Ooh.
We talked about it.
Yep.
The pocket 6-pin. I saw one thing I did see yesterday a lot too was a lot of sliding pins.
Yes.
But you can tell that there's a lot of oil out here when pins are sliding across the deck and they're still standing. We had a lot of out of range.
And that's one reason
calls.
why we don't put this out for our house shot, because there's too many guys that carry it down, and it's nothing they can do about it, you know, but it happens with everybody.
And to let everyone know, we are not bowling on a house shot here today. It's a tournament pattern put together by the folks here at Buffalo Lanes. And it was very challenging yesterday for the field 35 bowlers, as I remember through 4 games or so, the leader was only 34 over. And I think there was only 10 to 12 people that were even plus. So it's a pattern that you can score on, but you got to make good shots. And then the carry was elusive at times for people, but at times it was nice too. You got a lot of flat hits that carried out, a lot of 7 pins.
And South just got that one out a little bit, and it still ended up carrying out that 7 and 10 pin. I think I did see. I saw a few 7-9s yesterday, and saw a few 8-10s also.
Yep.
And that's by both right and lefties.
Okay, we got a Wade Scott shout out in the chat room. Says he likes new scoring, which I'm glad everyone likes that. We put a lot of time and effort in this summer to get that to you guys. I know on the shows last year, it wasn't my favorite thing to do, was to try to explain scoring to people because they couldn't see it. So over the summer, that's one of the main things I wanted to accomplish, to get the new scoring in, and I'm glad everyone watching does enjoy that. It'll be different from center to center depending on what kind of monitors they have and what kind of setup we have. So everyone, I'm sure, will be a little patient first few shows.
And now John Breckel just kind of left the door open for South to come back here a little bit.
Now this is the same spare that he missed earlier and got converted this time. Now let's take a little closer look at that score, as Ryan Selk has 3 in a row there in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. John now kind of losing his look there in the last 3 frames. Let's see if he can get back on track here and put a little pressure on Ryan.
There's a good shot by Breckel.
Yeah, that should get him back on track. I would like to remind everyone out there that with our sponsorship from Ebonite this year, if you go to a bowling tournament where NDBowlTV is there, if you shoot a 300 game with an Ebonite bowling ball, we will give you a free Ebonite bowling ball. So if you plan on bowling the Great Plains Scratch Classic, the Sun Opta Sweeper in Alexandria, the Manitoba Open, the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, the 10-game marathon in Minot, we're doing that one as well. Be sure you drill up an Ebonite ball, because you never know. You shoot 300 and you can get it one compliments of Ebonite. So we do appreciate that. And I do want to thank the folks at Ebonite. Sean Morris has been my contact over the last summer. And Sean Morris put a lot of belief in ndbowling.com to sponsor us, and I do thank him for that. And then everyone else at Ebonite, Rob Gottschall, Mike Flanagan, everyone else that I've been in contact with. I do want to thank you guys, and we do appreciate what you do for the site. So now looking back here on the lanes, did you see a lot of, I guess I should say 3, 6, 9, 10 combinations like that?
Yeah, I mean, if you got the ball out a little bit and you got it back to the pocket, you left a lot of buckets like that. And
the thing is with the 3, 6, 10 combination, and if you have the 9 in there on this condition, is really a difficult spare.
Yes.
Because if you get that ball a little bit to the right, it kind of hydroplanes and doesn't pick up and take that 9 pin out. So it changes your thought process on spare shooting. And You know, that last shot there by John Breckel was a little unfortunate. I didn't think he really deserved that, but I guess all you can do here is get one and move on. But the different leaves that happened out here, you have to think of what's out there on the lane, how the pattern's playing. And for those of you who like to hook at your spares, you know, that was a little more difficult this week because the lanes were spotty based on what's out there. So
and that's one thing with me anyway, with my style, I don't like throwing straight with the left side.
Okay, so well, what do we got going on here? John Breckel's got 163 in the 9th. And he does have the first strike up there in the 10th, so it looks like Ryan's going to take this match and the 30 bonus pins. And I would like to remind everyone about the NDBowling.com Tour and Scratch Rankings, which is something we did last year and we'll do again this year. The Scratch Rankings are a collection of events where you earn points. They're all Scratch events. And it's just a good way for you to see where you rank among the other Scratch bowlers in the state and the region. And it's a $10 entry fee for life. You enter it once and you'll be in the rankings for life. And it's a rotating point system. So if you earn points here today at the Kickoff Classic, you keep those points until this event next year. And then what you earn next year goes in place of that. So with Matt Smallin winning this event last year, he will lose his 17.5 points he earned for winning it last year. But if he wins it, he'll likely get close to that because we have about the same amount of entries. The points you can earn at each event are relative to how many bowlers bowl that event. So if you win a major with 120 entries, you're likely going to get close to 60 points for that. If you win an event like this with 35 entries, you're likely going to get 17.5, that kind of thing. So if you want to join the Scratch Rankings, come find me at any one of the events. It's $10 and you're in for life. And you can see kind of how you stack up against everyone else. Also, the NDBowling.com Tour is a collection of events as well. But what this one does is it has the same point system, but at the end of the year, we award the top 5 as Team of the Year, and the top point earner is Player of the Year. And that's a $10 fee every year, and we pay out all the entry fees 100% to the top 5. So it's a good way to make a little extra money if you like to bowl a lot of tournaments and try to get into that Team of the Year. You know, some people, they like being Player of the Year or Team of the Year, and it's a pretty big thing for them. So if you want to join the tour or the Scratch Rankings, please find me at any tournament. And you want to know more information, you can go on ndbowling.com, and there's a rankings tab and a tour tab where all the standings will be. So be sure to check that out. We're now entering into Game 5, I believe.
Yes.
Game 5 of our match play of 9. After 9 games, we will have a position round, and then off to the quarterfinals where the top 4 will battle out for the top prize of $1,040 here today. So
actually, this would be Game 6.
Will it be Game 6?
Yeah, this would be Game 6.
We're getting behind here.
And now we're going to have Ron Morlock and Clayton Moore on this pair.
Okay. So while we have a little bit of downtime, I do want to remind you guys to, share the live stream with everyone on social media. Give us likes, thumbs up, it helps. Once again, we're in Jamestown, North Dakota for the NDBowling.com Kickoff Classic, the 2nd annual.
And this matchup, this will be actually, both of them I think are actually going to come in well, Ron will be my partner, and I think Clayton's going to come bowl with Mike Harris in 2 weeks.
And that is a very powerful group.
Very powerful.
Those guys are very good bowlers, and you know, Mike Harris used to be an owner, I understand,
Yes.
here at Buffalo Lanes, so he knows the place very well. And Clayton, we all know what he's done in the last year as far as the bowling scene is gone, and that'll be one team to look out for at the doubles in 2 weeks. You know, what are some other, you know, doubles combinations that you know of?
Oh, I don't know. Casey has a list of some of them, I know.
Okay.
But I think Ben Muse is going to ask his cousin to come. I'm not sure on what his name is, but I kind of convinced him yesterday that he should come and bowl this, because once he got going yesterday, he actually bowled pretty well, so he made a little bit of comeback.
Okay. Yeah, Casey does have our list here of the people signed up so far. Myself and Matt Smallin will be bowling. Jack Nelson and Aaron Petrowitz are bowling. That's a tough team.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Smith and John Breckel, Thomas Wolf and Eric Harvey, another powerful team. Eric Kempel and Travis Herzrud, those guys have won several doubles titles together. Harris and Clayton, as we mentioned, Chris Charles and Mike Larson. John Middlestead, I think he said he was bowling with, I can't quite remember, but his partner's not written down here. He just signed up himself. Wade Scott and Ryan Selk, who are the defending champions, they'll be here in 2 weeks. Brian Gehring and Jesse Sickler. Brad Nelson and Brandon Nelson. And then Dave Schik and Mike Morris, which that is a good combination of major winners right there.
And of course, Ron Morlock and I are not on there yet, so.
Yep,
so
so
we'll
that'll be, we have at
13
least 13
for sure.
Yep.
And then with Ben and his partner, that'll make 14.
Yeah,
so
I do expect the Sandviks to show up, and they're not on the list.
Yes. Yeah.
I know they like that tournament and the team tournament, so I expect them to show up. And some other ones that I haven't thought of. Mike Green may or may not bowl. He's not on the list. If you're in the chat room, Mike, let me know if you're bowling the doubles event.
Yes, I don't remember how many entries did we have last year.
Not sure. I think in the singles we had close to 40. There's a singles option at this event, which in regards to the tour and the scratch rankings, the singles portion is where I award the points. So we have a singles option at the team event and a singles option at the doubles event, and those what determines the points. So yeah, if you're on your phone, if you go to ndbowling.com, the results are up from last year. We could get a look at how many doubles teams came out and bowled it, but I want to say it was close to 20 or so, 25. But then again, it was in Dickinson last year, which is quite the haul for some people out east. And Jamestown is a little more of a centrally located center, so I think that'll help.
We had 20 last year.
20?
I just looked on the website.
So we're on pace to get close to that once a few more people sign up, and there's always the walk-ins, you know.
And I just got a text that said Kevin Gebhardt and Adam Gebhardt are going to bowl it.
Okay. Another very powerful doubles team is Randy Peterson and Bob Vandervorst. I heard they were going to bowl too. So
they bowl a lot of doubles tournaments together like that.
Yep. And you know, you talk to each one and they'll be like, I think you have the wrong partner or whatever, because, you know, I don't think Bob bowls as much as he wants to anymore as far as tournaments go, but they're still very talented bowlers, and I expect them every year at that event to be in contention, so I think we'll see that again.
And Bob did win, was it not last year, but the year before, he won singles at, or all events at state also?
Yep. So he participated in the Masters last year, so.
And I believe Justin Coase went last year too, just to go.
Okay, we have a scoring update here through Game 5. We are currently in Game 6. Matt Smallin is leading at the 13-20, and second is Brad Nordick at 11.98. And 1 pin behind him is Clayton Moore at 11.97, and 2 pins behind him is Joel Galley at 11.95. So 3 pins separate second, third, and fourth right now. Mike Morris is in fifth at 11.40, so he's only 55 back of the show. And then below him is Ryan Selk at 10.88. So then after that, John Breckel, Ron Morlock, Dave Schik, and Chris Charles round out our standings after Game 5. So looks like it's going to come down to the position round for that, for a couple spots. And it looks like Matt Smallin is increasing his lead as we go. All right, let's take a look before Clayton throws his shot at our scores. Clayton Moore on the left, Ron Morlock on the right. Ron did miss that single pin there, so he's got a little making up to do. Clayton Moore looking for a 4-bagger. This is that left lane we've been talking about. Doesn't seem to be bothering him. He looks like he's a little farther in than most people have been playing on that lane, so I think he's okay. Shot for Ron. I don't know if he really caught that one at the bottom like he wanted to, but it worked out well for him.
Well, it looks like he's playing in a little bit farther than what he was a few games ago. He was playing the outside quite a bit, and now he moved in a little bit, but just not swinging it as much.
And I do believe in the sport of bowling, you have to kind of tailor the way you play the lanes to where your miss is that day. And I know you as a bowler will probably understand how each day it seems like you have a different sort of miss. And I know golfers say the same thing, you know. Over the weeks, I'm missing a lot of shots right, or missing a lot of shots left, or my timing's off. And a lot of people, they adjust throughout the tournament based on their miss.
Right.
And I know if I'm in a tournament like this and my miss is side to side, like accurately on the lane, I will likely try to take a different approach to the pocket to where that side to side miss isn't so bad, kind of to reduce your error. So
a lot of the times with that, it can be a timing issue too. You get your feet too fast and all of a sudden you send it out to the right. Or you get it slow and you're still hanging on to the ball.
Oh, let's see. Mike Green said he was bowling with Kyle Nice, so that's another one. We got Thomas Wolf in the chat room, so shout out to him. And one thing I would like to point out while Clayton's on our featured pair is if you go back and look at our shows last year in Manitoba and even in Minot, and then compared to how he's bowling now, you can tell he's really working on his game, on being able to stay down and through the ball. And the motion looks a lot more fluid this year. And I know a lot of people that were bowling in qualifying yesterday made comments about, you know, how good his shot looks. And you know, I told some people, I was like, it's kind of hard to improve on what he did last year, and, you know, he's throwing the ball very well, and I don't know if he'll tell you that. He's
No.
kind of one of those guys that, yeah, I know, but I'll tell you that because I've had to watch a lot of shows with him in it last year.
Yeah.
So he's throwing the ball very well, and it's something to keep an eye on.
And he struggled right away yesterday again, too, and then all of a sudden he just went off the chain.
Thank you, sir. So a good shot there by Ron, but it seems like that left lane is the one getting him.
His last one on the right or left lane, he kind of got it out a little bit farther than what he wanted to and left the bucket there.
Which we saw with Joel. The same kind of thing happened on that lane for him a couple games ago. And it seems like Ron's playing close to that area of the lane that we saw people having problems. That one looks inside.
Yeah, tug that one.
Maybe that was an overcompensation from the last one on that lane. Wanting to make sure it gets through the pins, and I know I'm terrible at stuff like that. You know, I'll go out there and even though I know like I slipped on the approach or I missed it at the bottom, it seems like subconsciously I'll go out there and over adjust the other way for it, even though I know it was a bad shot. And
right.
I know it's a mental thing, but it's such a hard block to get out of your head when you miss one way and even if you open, to not overcompensate the next shot. So.
And actually, I'm surprised that Ron's throwing that ball. I mean, a lot of us around here are throwing a lot of motive stuff, and he's throwing that virtual gravity nano. But that is one of his go-to balls, though, when there's a little oil out there, too. Good shot by Clayton there again. And it looks like he pretty much needs a fill, and he'll have this one in the bag.
Yeah, he's on 290 pace here. Let's take a quicker look at the score, a closer look. And you see Clayton Moore has got 290 left on the board. Ron Morlock can still be in the two teens, which, you know, when you're in this situation where the match is already pretty much decided in the 8th or 9th frames, you know, you got to still stay with it and get as many pins as you can because, you know, we talked about it earlier. It could come down to 5 or 10 pins, if not less, for the show. So
Clayton got that one in just a hair and leaves a 4-pin. You seen quite a bit of those today.
Mm-hmm. Man, it's cold in here when you're not bowling. That's all I want to say. It is cold in here. And
I don't think it's too bad right now, but
I was joking to Casey yesterday. I was like, dude, it's going to start snowing in here. And as there were more people bowling yesterday, it warmed up pretty good. But early on in the day, man, I was freezing in here.
I'd say right now that's a little swear word because with me now, with being a trucker and stuff and being on the road, it's going to be interesting this winter for the first time being on the road with a big truck and stuff. So
where's your route? What kind of place do you drive to? Where was your route go?
I go up to Harvey in that area, everywhere on the way there, and out to Steele, up to Cooperstown and Findlay in that area.
Okay, so it's still pretty local, but
right.
You got a good few hours of driving
right
to each location, that kind of thing.
And I also drive to Fargo 3 days a week, so I'll be on the interstate 3 days a week, and
okay.
So it should be interesting.
Yeah, hopefully you stay safe. As many know, unfortunately, I was in a pretty bad car accident this summer, and thankfully nothing bad happened of it. Myself and my wife were in a car accident, and fortunately we're okay, but it really makes you thankful and understand that anything can happen out on the road. Because in our case, something freak just happened with the car, and we ended up going sideways down the interstate at 75, and that's not fun.
No.
And so, you know, regardless where the path takes you, I hope you stay safe. You know, it's a dangerous job, but, you know, we need people like that to move goods and services around. So, oh, looks like Ron's going to finish up here. He'll have
2-0.
202 here if he converts a spare. So,
With those 2 misses, he could have had about 230.
yep.
That's what hurts a guy.
All right, well, we're fast approaching the 11 o'clock hour here in Jamestown, and we're in game 6, so we're moving right along. It's actually going pretty quick. 6 games in an hour and a little over an hour and a half is pretty good. Once again, we're going 9 games of round-robin match play, and then 1 positional game to determine our final 4, which we'll show you right here on NDBowlTV. Bound to be exciting. You know, I have to laugh with Ron on our featured pair this game. Last year we kind of had a much smaller setup, and he came up to me after a few shots when he was on the featured pair and kind of said some things he probably didn't want on air because he didn't know that the mic was on, and he caught me at a tournament a few weeks later. He's like, you know, you really could have told me the mic was on. I was like, dude, I was gesturing to you to, you know, let you know it was live. But
Yeah.
you know, we have improved equipment this year, so I think people know that we're on the air and people know that the mics are on, so they're a little more aware of it. Okay, so Clayton got the first one there in the 10th. Another good shot. That's pretty good. I don't know. That's, you watch him throw the ball like that and think of what he did at the majors last year, and that's going to be tough to beat this year.
Looks like we have a pretty good sized group watching right now.
Yeah.
About 19.
Yeah, I saw it was up to 24, 25 earlier. So most we've had on here that I've seen, I think was in Manitoba last year, we had over 120 because we have a very big following in Canada for NDBowling.com and a lot of fans up there. I do believe that with some additions to NDBowlTV this year that we're going to get some really good numbers at the majors. A lot of people are interested in those tournaments, and we're doing the live feed for 3 of them. And then the KFYR is on live local NBC. So all 4 majors are live bowling in some form, which hasn't been said in a while.
I'm hoping to get to the KFYR this year. I've never bowled that, haven't been able to, and told Jack here back in Carrington that to put me down if he has a spot, and he told me that will get you in there. So
it's good. It's a tough tournament to get into. They usually fill that because a lot of locals have bowled that tournament for so many years, and it's like a tradition for them to keep bowling it. And I think out of the 4 majors, that is the one tournament where local guys in the city that the tournament is held, in this case it's Bismarck-Mandan, a lot of the locals get into that event. So it's tough. It fills at 120 every year.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite tournaments to bowl because I love Midway Lanes. I love the atmosphere there. I had a lot of success bowling there in juniors, and it's a well-run place. You know, obviously North Hill Bowl will always be my favorite center, but Midway Lanes is a close second for me, just based on, you know, how the tournaments are run there, and it's such a nice place. And if you guys all want to join that tournament, once again, we have information on NDBowling.com. So I don't think the poster's out yet. That'll be out probably here within the next month. The first poster for the Morris Anderson just got released by Jeff Craig on, I think it was Saturday, yeah. So that'll be out there, and I'll post that one sometime this week as well. Another thing I'd like to mention too is the NDBowling.com Classic. We are moving that tournament to the first weekend in March this year because over the last few years, the tournament kind of has died off since its glory days back when it was a WDAY tournament. And everyone has said, you know, they don't have enough time off to go, because it goes Manitoba Open, the very next weekend is in Minot at the Morris Anderson, and then 2 weeks later was always the NDBowling.com Classic, and then 2 weeks after that was the KFYR.
And then you got Aberdeen in there too.
And a lot of the bowlers kind of mentioned that they would like it if the tournament was spread out. So then me and the people at Sunset Lanes talked about it, and I thought, you know, a good thing to do would be to move it to March and then use that to our advantage. And what we're going to try to do is, a lot of bowlers out here travel to the USBC Open, wherever that may be. And this year it's in Reno. And what we're going to do is we're going to have one of the patterns, the team or the doubles and singles pattern, as the tournament condition at the NDBowling.com Classic. So it'll give a lot of bowlers a first look at that pattern, which last year was really tough for those of you who went down to El Paso. And I'm guessing they might make it a hair softer this year, a little easier, but I'm not sure. But regardless, the plan is to have one of those patterns down for that event. So
yeah,
you'll have to come out and give that tournament a try, because we're trying to really save that event.
I've only been to Nationals one time, and that was a few years ago in Reno. And I went down there, and it was a good time. Spent way too much money, but
you tend to do that in Reno. In the upcoming years, they got 3 years and 4 years of it are going to Vegas in the next like 8.
yeah.
So
Then we got we're out in New York.
it'll be in Syracuse in
Syracuse.
18. You know?
Yep. That's one especially I'm hoping to get to, just because I want to get out to the East Coast. I've never
Yep.
been out there, so.
Absolutely. A buddy of mine, Ken Fletcher, who might actually join me in the booth at one of these events here in the next few weeks, him and I road trip to that tournament every year. And, you know, we make it a big, like, golfing kind of big travel, golf everywhere along the way, see things we want to see, and, you know, we plan almost 2-3 years in advance for that tournament. So we're looking forward to those events. But for those of you, like I said, that want to get a little early practice on that pattern, keep the NDBowling.com Classic on your schedule, because I think that'll help boost entries, and it's later in the year in March, so you can stay sharp before you go there or go to state tournament, which is being held here in Jamestown. So a lot of good things happening. And if you have any questions, you know who to contact. All my contact information is on ndbowling.com. Right now we got a matchup of, I believe, doubles partners, aren't they? Aren't these two guys bowling together?
Yes,
Morris
I
and
believe
Schik?
so.
And I think these guys combined for 8 or 9 majors too. So
And they have about the same style of bowling, and
yep, a lot of history. I'm sure they probably don't appreciate me saying a lot of history between these two, but they've written a lot of history in ndbowling.com major sense. So
and they're two veterans. I mean, that's
absolutely, I think Schik has won a couple KFYR Classic titles. He's won a few ndbowling.com Classic titles. I know Mike has won up in Manitoba. So a good matchup here. We just got handed a scoring update as well. Matt Smallin maintains his lead. He's now got a 100-pin lead on the field. He's at 1599. In second is Clayton Moore at 1496. And Clayton is now almost 100 clear of third, who's Brad Nordick at 1388. And then now things get interesting, because Mike Morris is now in fourth place at 1385, and Joel Galley in fifth at 1378. And then Ryan Selk is behind Joel Galley by over 100. So that 3-4-5 right now is very close. All right, let's take a early look at the scores here. Dave Schik is on the right, Mike Morris on the left. Early open for Dave. He'll have a little work to do here. Looks like Mike's got a decent look. So an open there for Dave off the split. He's got 55 there in the fourth. Let's see if Mike can take advantage of that. Well, I believe we've seen everyone on our featured pair now.
Yep.
Because I think Mike, he was on our featured pair earlier, was he?
No, Schik was.
So this is the first time we've seen Mike on our featured pair. And the pair to the right is Brad Nordick and Matt Smallin, which was the title match last year. And I recall Matt Smallin going a late, like 3 or 4 bagger to win that one. So that was a good match last year.
And Brad's a good young kid, and it's nice to see some of the younger ones, younger than us, coming out here and bowling. And
right, because it's not so much anymore. You know, each year it seems like fewer and fewer younger kids are coming out here to bowl, and why, I don't know. Do we need to encourage them a little more, or what? But I know Brad had a lot of success at the junior level. I know he had a few really good tournaments out at the junior gold, and that's transitioned into, you know, the local scene, and that's not good. Ryan Selk threw at a 7-pin. Okay, so he threw at a 7-pin, and when the ball hit the gutter, it bounced. And I believe that's the pin light.
that is the pin light.
That is hanging down, so that might be a slight delay here.
We got Val down there. He'll put her back together pretty quick. He's been here for almost 40 years, so.
I will say it's a good thing that the light did not shatter.
Yes.
Because I used to work at NDSU down in the Recreation and Outing Center as, you know, just a desk guy, whatever. And one time we must have had something in the gutter, like a bolt must have fell down, whatever, and a ball went down and it jumped and it hit the pit light like that, but it shattered it.
Yep.
And we had to shut the lane down, and it took a while to clean all the glass up to, you know, make it safe to either be back there.
Well, and one thing that sucks with that is it actually spreads at least 2 to 3 lanes from where it starts.
Yep.
Like I had it happen one night. It was a Thursday night. Happened on lane 3, and I only used 6 lanes. I had to move everybody to the upper side of the house until, they just finished down there, but it took me a while to get it so that I can actually clean it all up. So.
Yeah, and when a fluorescent light like that shatters, it like goes in little tiny shards.
Yep.
It's not like a big pieces, but it's almost like fiberglass.
Yep.
Like they break into so many pieces. So luckily that didn't happen here. Hopefully we can get everything back to normal here shortly. Looks like some.
It's just the wiring to the light.
So you guys have seen it here first. Ryan Selk has broke a lane on NDBowlTV, the first lane break. And you know, I know some people might say it has a lot to do with what he's wearing, but in this case it looked like it just went into the gutter at the right time, and it jumped up and hit it. So
had a decent amount of revs on it, and it got in the gutter right around actually where the camera is, and hit sidewall and bounced back up. We see that quite a bit with 10 pins here and 7 pins here quite a bit.
I did notice that the flat gutters back by the pin decks are a hair higher than what I've normally seen, and that's why we see a lot of like late flat 10 kicks and stuff like that. So it's interesting how different like inches between center to center and what pins are out there even creates different carry, creates different reactions, everything.
Right.
if you want to get someone going, ask Jack Nelson about the twister pins up in Manitoba, because that guy will talk to you for hours about how much he does not like twister pins, and that's one of the unique things about Buffalo Lanes is I do believe that the flat gutters are just a hair higher than what I normally see, and you'll see a lot of flat carries and interesting leaves. And well, at any rate, we are still working on lane 4. A ball jumped up out of the gutter after Ryan Salk was attempting a 7-pin, and it hit the pin light, and so they're fixing that. So our current match here, see, there it is right there. That was a flat hit that I figured would leave a 10-pin, and it got the 10 out, and I don't even think Dave thought he should have struck on that one. But let's take a look at the score quick. Mike Morris has 109 there in the 5th, but Dave now with 2 strikes. If he could strike here, he's got 105 in the 6th, and he's only down about 30 pins. Anything can happen here. Ooh, got away with one there. Looked like it rolled up on him right when it got to the pins.
He gets a lot of those hits.
Okay, if we look over here at our rematch of last year's title match, Smallin has 88 in the 5th. Brad Nordick has 96 in the 5th, working on a spare in the 6th. Yeah, and we see that Ryan Salk has a mark on the ball now from the pit light that he broke. And
Here's my beer.
Clayton Moore does need a beer.
We just got another hour before that.
Yeah, it's not noon yet, Clayton. Sorry. Nope. And many of you will see if you come out to the bowling center where NDBowlTV is, we have a lot more equipment, and that means a lot more cords. You know, when I put this stuff together in my basement and I test it all out, it seems easy, but then I get to the bowling center and the tables I set up at and everything else are a little small, and so I got to figure out the best way to configure all these cords so that it's not such a mess. But it works nonetheless. Nobody has tripped and died yet, so
looks like Val got that fixed on lane 4 now. So
awesome. We'll be back underway here in that game, and I hope everyone else kind of stalls a little bit while this match gets caught up here to our immediate left of the camera. And it looks like we got a ball call there in our featured pair match. Once again, while we have a minute, if you guys could share the live stream on social media with your friends, family, anything, that's greatly appreciated. We will be here for the duration. We are in game 7 now. So after this game, we'll have 2 more and then a position round. So we'll have a slight delay while they figure the scores for that. And then after the position round, we'll go right into our stepladder finals. So now that 4-pin there by Mike makes this match a little more interesting. If we go take a look really quick here at the score.
Dave can go 225.
Yeah, Dave's still got 225 left on the board. Mike now has, what, 208, 238 left on the board, so he does convert the spare there. And now this is a situation where as a bowler, you know you can't go up in the 10th to shut him out.
Right.
But you know if you strike out here, not only are you going to have the pins that you need, but you have a chance to put some pressure on your opponent and make them think about it. And I know we're talking about two veterans here that are probably oblivious to stuff like that. But, you know, it does matter. And see if he can put a few shots together here. And he
got that one in a little bit, almost 4-9.
I thought he was going to get lucky there and carry that out, but
he got lucky that that 4-pin went out there, though.
Well, now it becomes a little tougher here. What is he got left? 204.
Yeah.
And Mike's already got that up on the score, so looks like Mike Morris will take this one. And I'd like to remind everyone out there too that NDBowlTV is sponsored by Ebonite. They're the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. They have provided us with some bowling equipment to give away throughout the year at the shows. And once again, you can stay connected with ndbowling.com and NDBowlTV on Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube. All of our shows are archived on YouTube. And then tune in 3 weeks at the Great Plains Scratch Classic in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, our first time actually broadcasting in South Dakota. So that'll be an exciting event for us, and hope everything works out well. Let's check into our chat room and see if we got anything else going on. We got 21 people still watching, so if you're watching on the YouTube page, give us a thumbs up. Ratings help us.
Looks like down on our 11 and 12 pair, John Breckel has the front 9.
He does. So I think he's getting to that point where he was yesterday in the pattern where he started to really, really go. So, and you know, if I was a little bit better at all what's going on right now with our cameras, I would give us some bonus coverage of that, but I'm not going to do that because I don't want to screw anything up right now. He is up now on lane 12, so we'll keep you updated here.
And it looks like he got the 10th one down.
John Breckel with the front 10, and where is he in our standings on our latest sheet?
He is down in, looks like, 7th place.
7th? So he's in 7th, and he gets this. That's 330 pins going into your score. Would be very nice.
And he was 130 out of 4th place. So and it looks like he did get number 11.
Did he?
Oh no,
Nope.
Must have left a 7 pin.
Yeah, we've been talking about that 7 pin, and we can't see it from our vantage point over here.
Even 289, that's a pretty good score though too. So.
You can actually on our screen here, you can actually see it's the far right set of pins that are lit up was the lane he's on 11 and 12 over there. So it'll be a 2. I think he missed it. So yeah, 288.
288.
And
so
add 30, and he's bowling against Chris Charles, which I think at this point Charles is probably thinking, go figure. You know, he's been struggling all day, and then it looks like he's getting everyone's best match too. So
that's pretty much how it went for me last year.
For the match play, do you think I should put 1 and 2 on the TV pair? Does it really matter?
No.
Start them on 7 and 8. I would start the middle and count.
Can you go 1, 2 on 3 and 4 and go down so that we have 3, 4 here, which then we can see everything?
I didn't know that. That's what I can. I didn't know if they're supposed to be on the TV pair.
No. Go 1, 2 and that way. All right. So we're going to have a slight delay here, I think, while lane 3 and 4 catches up to everyone after Ryan broke the lane. Unintentionally, I may add, but he did break the lane.
I think it's the Zumbas.
The Zubas or what did it, yep. But yeah, we are moving right along, approaching game 8.
Yes. So 2 more and then we'll have the position round.
Once again, if you are out watching and you plan on bowling the doubles here at Jamestown in a couple weeks, give Buffalo Lanes a call, sign up, let them know you're coming and who you're bowling with, and that would be great. You know, if I understood the new system I got going on here a little bit better, I'd put the phone number on the screen so people would know. But what is the number here?
Yeah. 252-2380.
The guy that used to work here doesn't know the number here, but he's going to look it up for us. So if you're watching and you want to call in and...
Yep, 252-2380.
Okay, there you go. So if you're bowling doubles here in a couple weeks, please call up. If we hear the phone ringing quite a bit here in the next few minutes, we'll know it's working. The doubles event is one of my favorites every year. I know Matt and myself look forward to it every year because we like bowling doubles events together. And some of the combos you get out here, you know, the Kempels and Hersruds and the Morris and Schik combos, it's so fun to bowl against guys like that. And do know if you missed part of our show, you can either go down at the bottom of the player and kind of click back to earlier in the show and you can watch from the start of it if you want. And when the show is over, it'll actually save onto the NDBowling.com YouTube page so you can watch it at any time. I do know we're a little fuzzy here on the live stream and a little jumpy or whatever, but a few bugs we'll fix over the next couple weeks, I hope, and learn to deal with the new system here. YouTube kind of changed their whole thing on me, so everything is completely new, so we're learning as we go. Do know that we do have the option to post tweets on our live feed this year. So if you do tweet, use the hashtag NDBowlTV, and we can search through those at some time. I don't know if I'll get to them today, but we'll be able to post live tweets up on the show. So a new way for our viewers to interact with us here in the booth. If you have questions for either of us, feel free to ask. Once again, we're in a slight delay here as the far left lane on your screen, 3 and 4, that pair. Ryan Selk was throwing at a 7-pin.
4-pin.
Was it a 4-pin?
It was a 4-pin, yep.
And he missed it left, and the ball fell into the gutter at just the right spot. It jumped up and hit the pin light. Luckily, the pin light didn't shatter, but it took a little time to get it kind of reattached to where it's supposed to be and get the wiring right so everything works okay. Thankfully, the lane mechanic is here on site and got that fixed relatively quickly.
And our next matchup on 5 and 6 is going to be Chris Charles and Matt Smallin.
It's a good match there. And speaking of Chris Charles, he did win that 4-3-2-1 Quaker Open in Carrington back towards the end of September, wasn't it?
Yep.
And I think we'll have a machine call here. Yeah, we talked about it earlier about the slider pins because there's so much oil on the pin decks right now, and saw it there. But yeah, Chris Charles won that event. It's kind of a unique format and it's set up by Matt Smallin, and he set up that format, and it's different in a way. Every round is different. Some has trios, some doubles, so it's not so much nobody can really run away with that event. Right. There's a little bit of luck in the draw, and Chris Charles came out on top on that one. I think he won a little over $500 for that one.
Yep. Yeah, so I end up in the top 4. So I mean, the 3rd and 4th got the same amount. So it was Justin Wag and we tied, you could say, for 3rd and 4th, and got beat by
Well, another thing I would like to mention too with the Carrington tournament is there's another one in Carrington Actually, the day after the Sun Opta Sweeper, when we'll be in Alexandria, we're gonna pack up shop at the Sweeper, and we're heading to Carrington. We're not gonna live stream that event, but Randy Peterson puts on an 8-game singles every year,
Yep.
and it's a great event. I think I've bowled it the last 4 or 5 years in a row, and it's one of my favorite events. It's a great little 8-lane house. It's a wood surface, and Randy usually puts out a decent condition that's not super easy. And it's a fun little tournament. I think it maxes out at 32 bowlers, and it might almost be full already.
I think it was actually full about 2 or 3 days after he posted it.
It's crazy how quickly his tournaments fill in Carrington. And we have 2,000 added prize money here, and we kind of struggled to get 35. So whatever Randy's doing in Carrington, he's doing it right. It's always ran well. He has some volunteer staff who usually cooks up lunch, and the bowlers get to eat there for nothing. And it's a great tournament, a great bowling center, and it's very well run. So if you ever get a chance to want to bowl that tournament, I suggest you call Randy the second he puts the flyer out, because it fills really quick. And that one is November 22nd, I believe, and the November 21st will be in Alexandria here on NDBowlTV for the Sun Opta Sweeper. So, an exciting weekend of bowling, and a lot of writing for the tournament recaps that weekend.
And that one last year, that was my only 300 for the year last year. So I got to 289, I think, here in town, and other than that.
That's right. You shot that at the 8-game singles in Carrington. Yeah. I was there for that.
Yeah, game 3.
I believe I took 3rd in that event. I had a chance to win that event in the last frame. I needed to strike out in the 10th to win, and I didn't, and I ended up down in 3rd behind. Matt Smallin won it, and Dwayne Sandvik was ahead of me. We were all within like 10 pins.
And I was right behind you then, too.
Yep.
That's when Dwayne Sandvik went 272 or 271. He was going for 279, and he got 2 on the last ball. Took out the 6-9 out of a full rack.
Yeah, that sounds like Dwayne Sandvik.
Every time I see him now, I always ask him, or I tease him about it. Be like, what? How about that 271 that you had up in Carrington? And then he actually bowled state scratch team with Ron Morlock, Mike, and I last year, and we end up bowling pretty well together. So
very nice. Are you bowling the team event this year in Fargo?
I believe so.
Okay.
And I think Mike's gonna play or bowl with us, but I'm not sure. But for sure, it'll probably be Casey, Ron, and I for sure.
And that's another exciting tournament. I know the last few years I have brought TeamNDBowling.com down there, and it usually consists of myself, Tad Schmidt, and then a few other guys depending on who's available to bowl. I'm Mike Larson bowls with us down at Nationals on TeamNDBowling.com. I'd like to get him on the team. So Mike, if you're out there watching, I want you to bowl team event, because you told me you couldn't bowl it when it was the 13th and 14th because you were leaving. You wanted it the week before. Well, guess what? It is the week before now. So we got a Game 7 scoring update, and Matt Smallin maintains his lead at 1836, but that lead is smaller now. Clayton Moore at 1771, Mike Morris at 1653, Joel Galley at 1587, John Breckel at 1573. So now John Breckel is within 14 of the show after that 288.
So he took a big jump because he was down in 7th, and he's in 5th right now.
And at the same time, Brad Nordick goes 172 to fall to, 6th? Yeah, at 1560. But now he is 100 pins clear of Ryan Selk and everyone else below him. So really it's a six-person race right now, and that 4, 5, 6 is really close. There's 27 pins between those 3 spots, and only one of them is going to make it into our show here later. So take a look at that. All right, let's take a closer look at our scores here. Matt Smallin is on the right lane. and Chris Charles is the scorer on the left. Once again, we will be getting new scoring monitors here at Buffalo Lanes in the coming months. They already have a few up and working on the high end of the house, so if you ever stop in Buffalo Lanes in Jamestown, go check those out. They're really nice, big monitors, big screens, and next year when we do this show, we're going to have a much more clear monitor, which is going to be, it's going to be nice. Just got a shout out from Joe Fleming, who is one of the guys behind the Great Plains Scratch Classic down in Sioux Falls. He's watching us right now and says everything looks and sounds great, which is awesome. And once again, we'll be down at that tournament with him here in 3 weeks in Sioux Falls. So put it on your calendars and watch here on NDBowlTV. There's nothing better than live bowling. We don't even get that in the pros much anymore.
No.
This year, the pros do have a live show. The World Championship, I believe, is in Reno on December 17th. It's a Thursday night. Will be live. It's a major everything. So, you know what? I'll do anything to support bowling. That's why we're here. And you know what? Watch PBA. That's where it all starts, and it all filters down to us here. So, and if you look over, I guess I should.
Look over at lane 8.
Yeah, if we look over on lane 8, we didn't have it up on the screen at the time, but Ryan Selk left, you bet, the 5.89. He's been providing the excitement today, not only with his wardrobe, but he broke lane 4, and now he left a 5.89, and he converted. So. I wish I would have had the camera on that at the time.
And he just sits there and laughs about it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all these guys, that's once you get going and stuff, and whether you know you're in or out, it just kind of comes natural to joke about anything and everything. So.
Oh, I agree. And those of you watching, we got 24, 25 people watching. Go share the link on social media, whether you're watching on ndbowling.com or you're on our YouTube page. Share it as much as you can. Everything helps us, and word of mouth goes a long way in bowling and in media. So if you could share the word, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm Darren Cini with ndbowling.com. I'm joined by Kirby Weller today. He's a good friend of mine, bowls a lot of tournaments, used to work here at Buffalo Lanes and did bowl yesterday. So providing us with some good insight. You know, I will say this is better than me sitting here talking to myself the whole time.
Well, I'm glad you have me. Granted, I'd rather be bowling, but
I do agree, and I was telling a lot of the guys yesterday that, because I didn't bowl the event because I wanted to make sure that the live stream worked right. It's our first time with all the new equipment, and I wanted to make sure it worked right, so I didn't bowl, but it was tough to stand back here and watch, you know, all my friends bowl and not be able to compete with them, because it's really what I love doing. And I'll get back out in the lanes in a couple weeks at the doubles, and I'm really looking forward to that.
now Chris Charles just left back-to-back 7 pins. So, I mean, it's getting to that point where you saw more towards the end of the day than you did at the beginning of the day, and it's showing here again. So.
You would think on the wood surface like this that as the day goes on, you're going to create more friction in the back, but that's not how this pattern is reacting. It's almost like the oil's carried down, but it's not really burning up. So then it gets to a point where the higher rev players are having the advantage of getting the ball to face up and go through the pins properly. And you just saw that shot by Ron there on the right, the pair to our right, how he got it out. It just hydroplaned on him.
And he did get away from that gravity nano, and now he's throwing it a stir, so not quite as strong.
But I think now is about the time in the pattern where it's going to be tough for the Dave Schiks, the Mike Morrises to string strikes and get their ball to really face properly. And around here, it doesn't seem like the shuffler hits are as good as other places.
No.
So Matt Smallin up in the 7th. Ooh. Well, let's take a closer look at our score to see what we got going on here. Matt on the right, and if he opens this frame, it's a completely different game now.
And it looks like our second place guy right now, Clayton Moore, is bowling pretty well this game. So, just missed that.
That's the hard way to get to.
Yeah.
For those of you in the chat room, I know we got a few people on here, 25 watching. Give us your feedback. We have a lot of new stuff going on this year. I want to know what all you guys are thinking about, what our viewers are liking, what's good, what's bad. You know, let us know. Constructive criticism is always a good thing. This is a whole new system for me, and getting it working and making sure it works right. I know there's a few bugs we're going to work out over the next couple weeks to maybe help it maintain a more optimal level as we run the show throughout the day, but it has been working well so far.
As you see on the last shot of Matt's, he just barely got that 7-pin to kick out of there. So
yeah, and that's the thing with the shuffler hits. It seems like you got a 50-50 chance of getting that 7-pin out if you don't go heavy on the pocket. And then you have that shot where Chris Charles it was like a same hit that he had the last time on that lane, but this time the shaker 10 didn't get out. And you saw that on the pair to the left. Dave Schik throws a shot there, leaves a 7 and gets the late kick of it. So the carry here is definitely different, and I don't know if it's because of the flat gutters being a little higher or the pins, the surface, who knows, but I'm always intrigued by the different ways that pins carry from house to house, and certain shots are better. Like at North Hill Bowl this week, we were bowling league, and it seemed like if you had the light shuffler hits, it carried everything.
Yeah.
And if you hit solid, you left everything.
And that's the way it is up in Carrington. I mean, the lighter you hit it, the better.
Well, Chris Charles goes a little wide there, and the conventional 110 leave. And he's pretty excited about that. Let's see if he can convert the first 110 conversion on NDBowlTV. I don't know if that's something to be proud of or not, but it's got a chance. Oh, cut it thin.
Oh, it almost rolled back and got her.
So there it is, Chris Charles with the first ever 110 leave on NDBowlTV.
At least I did something good today.
Yeah. That shot was a little wide. Looked like he tried to circle it and get the ball rolling earlier, but didn't happen. Let's take a close look at the score now. With that open, Chris Charles has 151 in the 9th. Matt spares up here, and he's got a sizable lead with count too. And if those of you who are watching on the ndbowling.com or I guess on your phone, anything, if you have my number, text me and let me know how you guys like the show, how you don't like the show. I guess either way. We put in a lot of work this summer to give you new scoring and everything else, so feedback is always great. Matt Smallin with the strike there. Pretty much gives him this game. He can go spare here for the 182. Charles can only get to 181, so he's got to get 10 somehow here in the next 2 shots to win this one. There it is. That'll be another win for Matt Smallin, and will likely at least maintain that lead he's got. He'll have a 190 up on the board with bonus, so he's only going to go plus 20 or so, depending on what else is going on out here.
So Clayton, I think, just went 220 or 230 with a win.
So he'll close that gap a little bit. I think he got within, what, 70 on that last score sheet?
It's like 65.
65, so that margin's going to get a little bit smaller. And you know, after the last, I think, 3-4 shows that I did, Clayton Moore is the top seed in the step ladder, so I expect nothing less if he does run down Matt for the top seed. But you never know.
So
Chris
it'll be within.
What's up?
It'll be within about 30 pins after this game now.
Okay, and have they bowled against each other? Have you seen?
They have not. I have not seen that yet.
Because that would be a fun match to see here coming up.
It would.
But I do know we've had Clayton on our featured pair twice already, so I don't think we're going to see him.
And we have had Smallin twice too.
But I don't think we're going to see them on this pair again, but we'll keep you updated if that match, if and when that match occurs, if it hasn't already, because my memory is a little blurred trying to figure everything out here. But
it could actually be this match right now.
it could be on the pair to the right.
Well, yeah, this will be game 9.
Yeah, it's
So-
our final game then. They got to be.
So that'll be a grudge match right here to see who gets that top, or gets who's going to be 1 and 2 going into the position round.
Yeah. For those of you watching, if you want to keep tabs on that, if you look on your screen here, there's the Ebonite flag out there and the NDBowling.com banner. The pair to the right of that is going to be Clayton Moore and Matt Smallin, I believe. Or is it Mike Morris? Morris is there
It
with
is
them,
Morris. So they must have been.
they've already bowled then.
Yeah.
But at any rate, we'll get a scoring update here soon and see how that margin has closed a little bit, and it might be an exciting position round right in front of us here. And our plan is to have the top 2 guys on the pair to the left, and on our featured pair will be the 3-4 matchup, and the pair to the right will be the 5-6. So I'll have Kirby over here with hopefully a pen and a score sheet, and we can try to figure out scores as we go. He'll be the math guy, if you will, for our position round, so we can give you as quick as we can look at who our top 4 are going to be. We are at 11:30 now here in Jamestown in our final game of match play. Things have moved very quick. I don't recall match play only taking 2.5 hours. The bowlers are pretty prompt today, and it's, you know, maybe it's because I'm used to 12-game match plays at majors, but.
And last year, I think we actually switched it to 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock.
Did we?
Yeah.
I thought it was at 8 and we moved it to 9.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. I know it was an hour later than what we were going to.
So that's possible too. But all it means is I'll get back home at a decent time. That's all that means.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, what do you have to drive down the street?
No, I don't even have to drive.
Yeah.
I just walk right behind here.
Even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kirby's worried about getting home, and he lives like half a block away.
It's about 20, 30 steps from the back door. Walked it many times in the last 6 years now.
I suppose, yeah. Well, I can say the same thing when we're at North Hill Bowl. I may not be a few steps away, but give me like 6 or 7 blocks and I'm home from North Hill Bowl. So those shows are always fun for me, because when we're done, I can get home pretty easily. But in 3 weeks, we got a show in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. That one's going to be an interesting show for me, because I'm going to have to. It's about a 7-8 hour drive from Minot to get all the way to Sioux Falls, and I'll be doing that on Friday night, and then early Saturday morning, we'll get to the bowling center and set everything up. And then that night, we'll have to tear down and head off to Fargo, and I'll stay there for a night and go back to Minot on Sunday to make it work. And then the very next weekend, I'm driving from Minot to Alexandria for that tournament for NDBowlTV. But it works really well because on the way home, we stop in Carrington to bowl Randy's 8-game singles. So that worked out really well that weekend. But 2 straight weekends, it's going to be a lot of trouble. And for those of you watching, looking forward to those shows, hope it doesn't snow, because if it does, you ain't going to watch it. That's one thing I am not going to do is drive very long distances through blizzards to try to give you guys live TV. So
now on our feature pair, it's John Breckel and Brad Nordick.
Brad Nordick once again was in the title match last year. A couple of our young bowlers here bowling against each other.
I'm not sure what John bowled this last game, but I mean, he was pretty close up there with Joel. So
yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that next score sheet that comes out. And they've been pretty prompt on that. About the 3rd or 4th frame of the game after, he's already got a score sheet out to us. So we keep getting texts in here from people saying that everything looks good and they are enjoying the show, so I do appreciate that. Whether it's in the chat room or through text messages, let us know. You know, things always look different for me here than they would for you at home as far as quality and what you can hear and stuff like that, so let us know. We're in game 9 of match play here, game 9 of 9. After this game, they'll compile some scores, and we'll have an exciting position round before our stepladder finals. Now, one thing to keep in mind too, last year I only had just like a little microphone, and during the stepladder finals it gets really quiet in here, and I don't know if you guys know, we're sitting at like the tall tables right behind the lanes, so we're actually pretty close to the bowlers. So when it comes time for that, we might have to like talk a little softer. We'll crank up our volume a little bit, but I don't want it to be a hindrance for the bowlers that are bowling right in front of us. So if we do talk a little softer during those matches, at least you know why. At other shows that we do, we're a little farther back, so none of them even hear us. But at this one, we're almost right on top of the bowlers, so. And once again, we've got tour, NDBowling.com tour, and scratch rankings points up for grabs today. We give points in all these events 40 places. So if there's less than 40 people in the event, as long as you bowl, you're going to get points relative to how many people you beat. At the majors, the only way you get points is by finishing in the top 40. If you don't finish in the top 40, you don't get any points. So in this event, we had 35. Everyone that attended will get some sort of points. And if you want more information on the tour and scratch rankings, go to NDBowling.com. We have 2 tabs up there, rankings and tour, for you to check out all the information for that. Like we expected, a very prompt scoring update here. Matt Smallin maintains his lead at 20-58, and only 22 pins behind is Clayton Moore at 20-36, and then 200 pins below them is Mike Morris at 18-39, Brad Nordick at 18-15. Joel Galley at 18-12, John Breckel at 17-85. So the scores are very close. The top 2 are kind of like a runaway, and whoever's going to get that top seed will get to bowl for the title later. But 3 through 6 they're all within about 50 pins. So the final four we get in there is going to be very interesting, and be sure to tune in, share the show with everyone you know. We're getting to the exciting parts here of the tournament. Position round is up next after this match. John Breckel is, I believe, in 6th, or is he in 5th?
John Breckel's in 6th.
So a good game here would go a long way for him. I think our top 2 are decided, just as far as what order we don't know. Clayton Moore and Matt Smallin, who I think most of us expected to be in that position. John Breckel is bowling now against Brad Nordick. It's a double on the board, and we'll take a quick look at the score here. John on the left and Brad is on the right. Almost identical scores here. We got Wade Scott in the house. And he ties it up with a strike there. You know, it's 2 guys here are pretty close in the standings, and they're all within striking distance of the show. So this is a big match. This actually they might actually face each other again in position round.
Brad's number 4 right now. So, and then Joel's right behind him.
Okay, so that one looked like it set up on him a little early, like we've seen on lane 5 numerous times today. So we might be onto something here. But if you're John Breckel right now, you got to be thinking, okay, I got to take advantage of this, because Brad's not going to miss like that very often. So
yeah, watching last year in Aberdeen, he made the cut last year in Aberdeen, and he bowled pretty well.
Yep.
Second day, not as much, but.
Yep, I do recall I was at that event. It was, who ended up winning that one? I thought it was Joseph Gorno was in.
Yeah, Gorno ended up 2nd or 3rd.
Smalls might have been in there too, Matt Smallin.
I think Smallin won it, didn't he?
Yep.
And he capitalizes on the split there.
Yep, that's a big shot there for John. If he can get one here and put a little bit of pressure on that, you know, he's in striking distance of the show. So let's see, if we look around the lanes here, Matt Smallin has what, spare 6-bagger?
Yep, spare 6-bagger.
And Clayton Moore has 3 in a row and a 9 spare, and then he just struck there. You can see him bowling there right over the Ebonite banner. So those 2 are fighting for a spot in the title game. They'll likely play each other here in the position round, which their scores are pretty close. So as long as they stay close after this game, it's going to be a good battle there for the top seed in the show later.
And Joel's that number 5. He went strike, 9 spare strike. So looks like he got a little bit better feel of the lanes for right now. That was a tough break for Clayton there. Didn't quite get her out.
And if you're Clayton, you got to be watching what Matt Smallin's doing over there, because if he gets too far away and you can't catch him for that top seed, Clayton might get locked into that number 2 spot. Looks like our scoring cam is still working properly. We had a few that froze on us a couple times earlier today, maybe. We had a question in the chat from Thomas Wolf. What are they bowling on? Kirby, do you have any idea? I know it was something put together by the staff here, but any specifics on length and volume or anything?
No, I guess I'm not even sure. I'd have to ask Val on all that. But
I thought Casey had a lane graph or something out earlier, but I didn't catch that since I wasn't bowling. So But from the characteristics of it, there is a lot of oil out here. You go outside of 5 or 6 on the fresh, and you're out of bounds.
Now with that carry down, I mean, you gotta make good shots in order to actually make pocket too.
Yeah, you got to make sure your ball gets into a roll as it goes through. Another good shot there by John, and he could make a big jump after this game if he can finish this one out.
Well, and Mike Morris is over there. He can strike out for 246 and lose, but
Right.
but it can be close because he's number 3 right now. So.
Shot there by John, so we'll take a close look at the scores here, and he's got a commanding lead on this one. He took advantage of that split by Brad, and he could jump in the standings here and quite possibly sneak into a show spot, but he'll likely have a tough match in the position round regardless, but he's setting himself up in a good position.
And Joel's over there bowling pretty well again too, so.
Yeah, I think they're going to come down to.
It's going to be position round. That's for the top, or for 3 through 5. It's going to be pretty close.
Yep. And it's just unfortunate that 1 or 2 guys has to be left out of that because they've all bowled pretty well today. And I look back to last year, and I remember that John Breckel was very close to the show last year, and he got passed over, I think, one of the last couple games and didn't make it. And if I recall right, I remember getting a sheet from Casey, and it was actually like a wrong score was in there. And I remember announcing to everyone that the top 4 was, and John Breckel was in there. And they corrected something, and it turned out John was the first guy out. So maybe that's on his mind, wanting to get back there. And as you see a little earlier that Brad missed that 10 pin, he kind of slipped, and I noticed in my times bowling here that if you slide outside the box, like over the gutter caps, they're a little more slick.
Yep.
And it's usually that way in a lot of houses that I travel to. So that's something to keep in mind, and I'm gonna use that in 2 weeks for sure. And if I'm throwing at corner pins, I'm sliding in the middle of the lane, that's for sure. Because that's not the first time I saw Brad slip while he shot at a corner pin. So it's usually around most of the pairs here. So if you're bowling doubles and you're listening, be sure you slide inside the box. All right, as we are approaching the end of match play here, if you guys all want to share the link, let everyone know that the show is getting into probably the most exciting part.
Smallin just went 255, so he's in our position round. He will be our number 1.
Okay. And Clayton Moore is kind of struggling towards the back half of this game.
But either way, even if he goes 2-0, he's still going to have it on Morris. So I mean, it'll be a good match between Smallin and
But
Clayton.
will Clayton be close enough to Smallin to where he doesn't have to beat him by 80?
No.
So he was what, 22 before that game?
He was 22.
And Smallin just went 56 in a win.
Yeah, so I mean, he wins if he punches out and wins this one.
He's got 34 up. Yeah, he can possibly get 214.
214, 34.
And he doesn't even have the win locked up yet. Clayton is still in a dogfight with Dave Schik.
Yep.
So if he can win, he can max out at 214, add 44 to that. 44 up with Matt going 85 up, so that's another 40 pins at least that Matt got on him. So Matt will be up at least 60 on the field before position round. So it looks like our defending champion has a good shot at defending his title and bowling for that. at the end, and John Breckel finishes out a 270. Add 30 on that, put 100 up for John Breckel, and he's sitting in really good shape. And he'll have another game to go here in position round, and we're all finishing up our games here across the house, and now that we have a little downtime, I would like to remind everyone that NDBowlTV is sponsored by Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And you can stay connected with us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. You can get a lot of updates on the Facebook page. And a quick reminder that in 3 weeks, we'll be at the Great Plains Scratch Classic at Eastway Bowl in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, for our first time broadcasting in South Dakota. So I'm looking forward to that. And 1 week after that show, we'll be in Alexandria, Minnesota for the Sun Optus Sweeper. That's also on a Saturday. Keep in mind, these shows are both on Saturday. I know a lot of people expect our shows to be on Sunday, but these will be on Saturday. Yeah, we got a little comment here from Thomas Wolf. He said John threw a pocket 710 in the 10th to miss a show last year. So, yeah, and I do remember that. And I also remember a wrong score. So there was a little bit of everything. And I remember the chaos before going into that stepladder final. So hopefully we don't have as many things happening this year. But it looks like that 3 through 5 or 3 through 6 are going to be pretty close. And now looking over at the Clayton Moore Dave Schik match, Clayton needs one more for 214, and he has shut out Dave Schik. Schik can only max out now at 207, so I guess technically Clayton needs 4 pins here. But that'll give him 44, so he'll be 60 back of Smallin, so he'll likely have to win that match by 30.
What was Brad's score last game?
Oh, I didn't quite catch that. I know he had, I think he had 170 up in the 9th off that open.
Smallin will have him by 63.
Okay, 63 is the number. You figure in the bonus for the win, so Clayton Moore would have to beat Matt by 34 pins to overtake him for the top seed in the show.
I didn't catch Brad's score, so.
Yeah, we might get another score sheet here during position round that's updated, and then we can just update that one. So
John did pull ahead of Joe Galley, though.
he did.
Yes.
Okay. And how close is he to, like, what's our cutoff for 4th?
Depends on what Brad bowled. I didn't
Okay.
see what he bowled.
Okay, so we'll patiently await for that next score sheet, Casey, prior to the position round.
And actually, I think John even pulled ahead of Morris too by 10.
Okay. So like we were saying, we might see a rematch.
So
Well, I suppose we'd have Clayton and Smalls on 1 and 2. 3 is
3 is going to be Breckel. And
3 will be Breckel.
And then it'll
Okay.
be Morris.
So Breckel and Morris is likely going to be on our featured pair here. It's crazy how it just got a lot quieter in here.
Yeah. Well, and Breckel jumped from 6th to 3rd, so that's huge.
Okay, so like I said, when we start, you know, we it'll be loud in here during the position round, but once we get into our matches, it'll be pretty quiet in here. So we'll try to adjust our volume here and talk a little softer, so we don't bug the bowlers. Please share with everyone while we're waiting here. The position round and the step ladder finals, the most exciting part of our show. We've been going live now for a little over 3 hours today, and I think we have a couple more hours in us before we crown a champion here. So we'll be waiting for our scores, and we'll be underway in the position round. We're going to take a quick step away here, and you are watching the High Plains Bowling Network. We'll be right back with position round. All right, and we're back, and we're going to be underway here in position round on our featured pair. It'll be John Breckel and Mike Morris. To the pair to the left will be Matt Smallin and Clayton Moore. To the pair to the right, Joel Gley and Brad Nordick. Remember, only 4 people will get to advance here, and we do have a scoring update. Matt Smallin at 23.43 in first, Clayton Moore at 22.80 in second, so a 63 pin difference there. So Clayton Moore will have to beat Matt by 34 to claim that top spot. Now this is where it gets really close. John Breckel at 20.85 in third, Mike Morris at 20.74 in fourth, Joel Gley at 20.35 in fifth, and Brad Nordick at 20.17 in sixth. After that, it's like a 210 pin drop. So it's down to 6 people right now, and 2 of them have to be left out. You got to think. You got the matchup of the 3 and 4, 1 person will get the bonus. And you got the matchup of the 5 and 6, 1 person will get the bonus. Now, usually in these kind of things, the 2 losers are going to be the ones out.
Yeah.
But unless you have enough pins. And that's where it's good to be in the position of John Breckel right now. He's got 20.85, and he's 50 pins up on Joel Gley, and he's 70 pins or so up on Brad Nordick. So if he gets enough and he loses, there's still a good chance he could hold on to a spot. All I know is if I'm John Breckel and I need a win to make a show, the last person I want to face is Mike Morris.
Yeah.
Mike Morris has won several majors. He's been on TV several times, and not the guy I want to face if I need a win to make the show. So the exciting part of the show, please share on social media. We'll take a look here. We'll get the scores up for you guys. And just so you are aware, John will be the bowler on the left of the score, Mike Morris on the right. See, now this gets to the time of the day where the conflict of interest hits me. 'Cause I have fantasy leagues going, and there's money on the line, and I got to follow bowling here. But you know, we're all about bowling. So
Still got 3 minutes before kickoff.
got a shout out on our Facebook page to Scott Walby. Great show, fun to watch. We do appreciate that, Scott. Thank you for watching. Got a lot of people paying attention to our show. Got some likes on there. If you like our show, please share it. It's very much appreciated. Looks like we got a little love from our Canadian fans up north. Some of my favorite people are the people up in Canada. They're very big fans of NDBowling.com, and I do appreciate them tuning in. Once again, we are here in position round. We are watching the 3-4 matchup between John Breckel and Mike Morris. We'll keep an eye on that 1-2 matchup if anything goes crazy, but Clayton Moore must beat Matt by 34 pins to take over the top seed. These four bowlers here, John Breckel, Mike Morris, Joel Gley, and Brad Nordick, are all within about 70 to 80 pins. And with the 30 pins bonus, the wins do mean a lot here. Kirby, did I mention it's cold in here? I did.
Yeah, I think you did. That's why I put my sweatshirt back on. I normally don't get cold in here. But normally I'm actually doing something other than just sitting here.
Normally we're bowling. I guess now I know what my wife feels like all the time. She always complains that bowling alleys are cold, and she always has sweatshirts and blankets, and I'm like, oh, come on. And here I am. It's cold.
Oh, yeah. Especially this time of year when it's starting to get colder and stuff, too.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for her to text me and say, I told you so. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I got married in August 1st, so. But we've been together for a while, so.
I'm married on my mom's birthday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Very nice. It actually turned out to be a pretty good day for us. The weather, it was hot. It was pretty hot, so the outdoor pictures were a little brutal. But other than that, it turned out to be a pretty good day. If we take a look at our score here, after the conversion by Mike, has the early lead with the double there. And the pair to the right, Joel Gley and Brad Nordick are tied, spare strike apiece. Pair to the left, they're still pretty close. Got a Packer fan just walked into the house.
Yeah, that's one of our barmaids.
Pretty happy about the Packers as the bar just opened up. So open the springs and let the alcohol flow, I guess.
Yeah, her first day she wore that shirt, and Casey walked in there and said that she's fired.
A little bitterness here between Viking fans and Packer fans and Bear fans, I'm sure.
I'm excited. I get to go to the Viking Seahawks this year. So
very nice. Is that out at TCF?
Yep. So I'll be freezing.
You will be, because it's already cold. And
I'll be wearing a lot more clothing than what I am right now. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I could imagine. And we say it's cold in here. I bet you it's really cold out there. They have a new stadium out there in Minnesota that's opening next year. So I hope at some point I get to go out to that and see it, because it's supposed to be super nice. The Super Bowl will be there in a couple of years.
Yep.
2018 is a Super Bowl, so yeah, those of you guys, I hope you're not ditching our show to go watch football. I mean, why would you want to watch football? You can watch highlights on SportsCenter later. The excitement is right now live on NDBowlTV, so tune in, share it with your friends. I won't lie, I'll check my fantasy team while I'm sitting here, but that doesn't mean anything.
It's a little early for that so far. So.
You never know. Kickbacks for a touchdown, something like that.
Hope I change my lineups.
See, that's the thing. Usually, like the last few weeks, I've been able to, in the morning, watch Sunday NFL Countdown or whatever, and they say all the last-minute ins and outs kind of thing, and I wasn't able to do that today, so I'm I'm hoping it works out all right.
I think that's what we should do is get a ND Bowling Fantasy League.
Fantasy bowling or fantasy football in ND bowling.
Yeah.
That one? Okay. I actually thought about that because there's a lot of things like a pick'em league you can do on ESPN. Just make it an ndbowling.com group. Everyone go in there and we can give out prizes to the best pickers, stuff like that.
Yep.
That's something to consider. Let's give everyone a little bit of a score update now. You see the current score on your screen for the 3-4 matchup. Mike Morris is a score on the right, John Breckel on the left. What we're paying attention to now, though, is the pair to the right. In the 5-6 matchup, both bowlers have 9 spare or a spare and 4 bagger, and Brad Nordick just got a 5th strike. So if both of these bowlers go very big games, and obviously only one can win, they could tie, it's going to be a lot of number crunching going on here in a few minutes. And a nice kick there for Mike to get the double. But once we get closer to finishing games here, we're going to try to tally scores as they come in and let you know who's gonna make it. And an errant shot there by Joel Gley right underneath the Ebonite sign you see there. And he's gonna likely open, and like we said earlier, the best chance to get into the show if you're in that 5-6 is you gotta win the match. And they're both putting together good games, and if one of these bowlers here in the 3-4 don't have as good of a game, you know, anything can happen, really.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
And right now, Clayton Moore is down by 1 pin in the 4th.
Okay. So that match really isn't doing anything. They'll likely, at this point, the way it looks, stay 1-2, Matt 1, Clayton 2. Which both of those bowlers are no strangers to step ladder finals, so I'm all locked up here. I can't even access myself. So I guess that's what I get for checking fantasy football on the air.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go. And Brad Nordick with a solid 10. So now this is an important spare here, and we noticed how when he was over here on 5 and 6, he kind of slipped sliding out of the box and missed the 10 pin. But this is a big spare conversion right underneath the banners over there on 7 and 8. That one I noticed like he slid around 35 instead of near the gutter cap, so made the adjustment, made the spare. And I would like to highlight too that Matt Smallin almost did not travel to this event. He is a little under the weather, doesn't feel that great. This morning he told me he felt terrible, but he's like, I already came this far, I might as well bowl, and here he is running away with the tournament. You know, I wish I could feel that way and run away with tournaments too. That's a rough life to live.
Oh, yeah.
But the kid puts in a lot of effort, a lot of time. He deserves every bit of success that he's had. And we'll see if he can add a second NDBowling.com Kickoff Classic title to the mix. We are closing in here on the end of our position round. About frame 7, frame 8 across the board. The bottom 4 guys really are out of it at this point. They're more than 200 pins out. Joel Gley and Brad Nordick are battling in the 5th and 6th spot, but they are very much still in it because they are close to the 4. And on our featured pair, John Breckel, Mike Morris. We'll take a closer look at that score. John Breckel on the left. Mike Morris with a 4-bagger and a commanding lead here I do like to think that the winner of this match will indeed be in our show, and then what happens after that is all going to come down to a few numbers. And John Breckel is the 3. He has, I think, a 70 pin lead on the guys in 5 and 6. So as long as he can finish this game out, even with the loss, you got to think he's pretty close to being in the show. And we noted earlier that he did pocket 7-10 in the 10th last year to miss the show by just a few pins. So hopefully he can kind of recover from that. As a bowler, I'm sure it's fresh in his mind what happened last year. And this kid works really hard on his game and would like to see him in a show after what happened last year and the 4 count. The 4 split through the middle. Now that makes things interesting. I hope you got your pen and paper ready over there with numbers, because this is going to come down to just a few pins. Mike Morris looks like he's going to have this match in hand. They say lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot, but in John Breckel's case, he'd like to argue that. If I were John, I would get as many pins here and strike out and hope for the best. Well, he got 4, so now with the open, he's got the 158. He could strike out for 188, and the winner of the 5-6 is likely going to shoot 220, if not a little more, and gain, so that's 50 up. And John's up, what, 70 on those guys?
John's up 50 on Joel. And 68 on
So
Brad.
in reality, if you're in John's position right now, you almost hope Brad wins this match. And he whiffed the 10. It's not something you see there. So 205, and we could have a tie.
Could have a tie.
And in reality, if you're John Breckel, a tie is a good thing over here.
Tie would be the best thing for him right now.
So now John can go up here now and strike out for the 188. He's likely going to lose the match. But on the lane to the right, he's got like a 40 to a 60 pin lead on those guys. And if they both tie at 235, well,
Nope.
now it's a makeable split, but Brad now splits on lane 7. So I think it's safe to say that we're going to see, well,
Morris with 260 here.
Clayton Moore, he can get to 203. Smallin already has
195.
195 left. So they're probably going to stay. Morris will likely be the 3. But who is the 1 out here, or the 2 out? Brad Nordick finishes at 214. Now, here's the thing. Joel Galley was only, what, 40 some away from John?
39.
39. So if John has a 188 and Joel Galley...
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 18.
There's only 18 pins. Okay, so if John gets to 188, Joel Galley, if he wins, he is likely going to be the 4 on the show.
Did Morris strike out for 266 then?
Oh, yeah.
He did.
The scoring here at Jamestown, when the game's over, it goes to an option screen to begin a new game. So, well, there's 1. If you're John, you got to get as much as you can, but I think he might come up short again. Joel's already got 205 and the win in the bag, so he's going to jump John. And Mike Morris is already high enough, so I think it's going to be Matt Smallin, Clayton Moore, Mike Morris, and Joel Galley. Next shot away for Joel, and he gets it. And you can tell he really wanted that shot. He really wanted that shot. little bit off camera, but you know, Joel's usually a pretty low-key guy, and he was pretty animated after that shot. So you know he wanted that shot a lot. And I would like to flash back to, I think it's 2011. Joel Gley was the number 5 seed at the, well, what is now the NDBowling.com Classic, and ran the ladder to win that. So Joel is a major champion. He's been there before, and if anything, that's a position he wants to be in. So Joel finishes up with a 232 and a win, so that's plus 62 for him, and unfortunately, I think he's going to get ahead of John Breckel, who strikes out for 188, and we're going to wait for the official word here and then start our stepladder finals on our featured pair. You know, that's the good and the bad about bowling. You got a guy that made the shots when he needed to and jumped some people and jumped into the show. And then you have another guy who had a really good game earlier and just couldn't put enough good shots together in this game, and will likely fall out of the show for the second straight year. So to let everyone know, we are just about to start our stepladder finals. We're going to kick up the volume a little bit here so we don't talk so loud. Cut down these. All right, and if at any point you guys can't hear us, just let us know. That's what the chat's for. They're going to tally up the final scores here, and we will be underway for the stepladder finals in what I believe is going to be a Matt Smallin, Clayton Moore, Mike Morris, and Joel Gley, but that is not official.
I'm pretty sure you're right there.
So then in the first match, it would likely be Mike Morris as a 3, so he'll have lane choice. It's amazing how quiet it gets in here when they shut the lanes off.
Mm-hmm. Looks like John just missed it by 6 pins.
Really?
Yeah.
Again? Oh, man.
We'll wait till Casey tallies it up, but that looks like it's 6 pins.
We'll get the official word here in a minute and let you guys know, but 2 years in a row, that's tough to take, so. And once again, if you guys want to stay connected with NDBowling.com, you can do so on Facebook and on Twitter. And you're all probably watching on YouTube or on the direct NDBowling.com site. And in 3 weeks, we'll be at the Great Plains Scratch Classic at Eastway Bowl in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, our first time from Sioux Falls, or from South Dakota, period. So that'll be exciting. And once again, we are sponsored by Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. NDBowlTV is the High Plains Bowling Network. And we'll be back in a few minutes for our stepladder final. All right, and we're back. It was confirmed that Mike Morris and Joel Gley will be our first match. Mike will have choice of lane. And once again, if you can't hear us, just please let us know. We'll go over quick the final standings before our stepladder final. Matt Smallin is the number 1 seed at 25-18. He held off Clayton Moore by 4 pins. Clayton Moore is the number 2 with a 25-14. Mike Morris with a 23.70 in third. Joel Gley with a 22.97 in fourth. John Breckel fell 24 pins short at 22.73. So here we go. Our stepladder finals will be underway here in a second. Joel Gley against Mike Morris. And we have a stepladder full of NDBowling.com major winners. Joel Gley was a winner at the NDBowling.com Classic in 2011. Mike Morris has won numerous, as has Matt Smallin. And then, as you all know, in our show last year in Minot, Clayton Moore won his first major in Minot. So all 4 of our finalists are major champions, and it's shaping up to be a very, very good finals. So share the stream with everyone you know. Live bowling right here on NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. So each bowler will get a few shots on each lane, and then we'll be underway. I always think it's interesting to look at, watch them practice and throw their 2 shots, and then the guy with lane choice, what he decides to do. Because in a lot of cases, if you have a better lane, you want to finish on that lane. And now, one thing to think of, and I remember when the last time Joel Gley was here was like game 4 or 5, he was on this pair, and he struggled on that left lane. Mm-hmm. So, you can tell after he threw that last practice shot that he was kind of looking at it like, now do I need to move? I'm going to try something here. It looks like he's throwing it unhinged.
Yeah.
A little farther in, and
that ball's just so smooth, too.
You can tell he's trying to learn something on that lane because he's not sure. Okay, so we'll be underway. It looks like, Morris will start the match with his choice. And that means that Joel Gley will have to finish the match on that left lane. So let's see if that comes into play. What is Mike throwing here?
I don't even know what he's throwing.
I think it's a Columbia 300 ball.
It looks like it.
It's one of the newer ones, I think. Maybe the Urge. That's what it looks like. Which I will point out is one of the families of the Ebonite International brand.
Yes.
I know we're not sponsored by Ebonite International, but Ebonite nonetheless. So a spare in the first, and now Joel Gley will be up on the right lane. Let's get our scores up here for you.
Yeah, looks like it's an Urge.
Okay, so Gley looks like he's going to go with that unhinged on both lanes. Remember, the last time he bowled on this pair was game 4 or 5, so it's been a while. There's been a little more play on the lanes. Good shot by Joel. It looked like it's set up a little early, but for those of you who have ever bowled on the Guardian, the wood with Guardian overlay, you kind of get the hook twice thing.
Yep.
The ball sets up early when it exits the Guardian, it sets up and then it skates through the oil and rolls through the pins. So it's not uncommon to see.
Yeah. Sometimes you get it more than twice too.
Right. See,
that
I
one.
think he tugged that one, but
Yep.
yep, I think he knows it that he's going to have to get that ball a little farther right if he wants that to stay on the right side, and you got to be careful with the overcompensation as well. And he converts a spare once again. We're in our first matchup here on the stepladder finals. Mike Morris against Joel Galley. The winner will get Clayton Moore, who will then face off for a chance to bowl for the title against defending champion Matt Smallin. So exciting 3 matches here coming up. And he pulled that one. I don't think he's very happy about it either.
Kind of like you with the fly, huh?
Yeah, there's a fly that's been buzzing around us for the last like hour. And he likes to go like right in your face, and then they fly away right when you go for him.
They not bother me at all, so that's okay.
Yeah, he's only bugged me a couple times over here, but ooh, and there's another slip on that lane. He converts a spare, but it seemed like that was the same lane that Brad slid on and missed that 10-pin.
Brad slid earlier on lane 8 too, though. So.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue outside the box. So those of you watching, going to bowl doubles, practice, picking your corner pins by sliding in the middle of the lane. I think you'll find that a valuable piece of advice. It's a better shot. Will it roll? See, that's the problem he's been having all weekend.
Yep.
When the pattern transitions to one where you need a ball that gets to the end of the pattern and rolls, and the definitive motion, it's not something that's not Mike Morris bowling.
Right.
He's got that sort of unique roll that gets through the pins, and he can attack many patterns. But in this case, a little more of a roll would be better for him. But once again, one heck of a spare shooter. Keeps himself in it here. 33 in the second. Take a closer look at our scores. Mike Morris on the left, Joel Galley on the right. Shot looks okay. It's a good shot there. But like it was a few games ago, he was pretty good on that right lane. It's all about what he does on the left, especially the fact that he's got to finish on that left lane. So got that one a little farther right, and it just does not recover. So now Joel's in the same spot he was in that game a few games ago, where he's got the two-way miss on lane 5. He tries to give it a little more room, and it doesn't roll. If he misses inside, it jumps and goes face. So,
almost got her.
Almost converted the split.
A couple times today, he almost picked that up too.
With the open now, can Mike Morris, who I always attribute to being one of the best spare shooters I've seen, and that's what's keeping him in it right now. Multi-pin spares and everything else. So
more split shot there.
Maybe not the reaction of the pins you kind of wanted, but it's a strike nonetheless. And here comes that left lane that has produced an open and 4 spares or 3 spares so far. All the strikes have been on that right lane. Is that going to roll on him? Oh, and it did not kick the 4 out. I think it got a little bit of a love tap there, but
Yeah. Almost slid it over.
so once again, now try to convert on the spare and stay clean. And he does.
converts. It's a good shot.
Yeah, Joel likes that right lane. I think he wished he could bowl the whole match on that right lane.
Yeah.
But now if you're Joel Galley, what do you do on this left lane?
If you want to get it out a little bit, you got to move just a hair right, or else you're going to 2-8-10 or 2-4-8-10.
Right. I think this is the lane where you got to be very accurate, because if you move right and miss left, you're going nose, and if you move left and miss right, it's a washout or a 2-8-10. So the difficult lane of the two is definitely the left one, and we'll see how he adjusts here. It's a little more inside. Well, I guess that's one way to go about it.
Yeah.
Probably not what Joel wanted, but the strike is up on the board. So a key double in the match. And that's, once again, the beauty of bowling. You know, you can get lucky on bad shots, you can get unlucky on really good shots, and there's really nothing you can do.
No.
It happens. So you just got to put it aside and go make a better shot next time. Mike Morris up on the right. Is it going to roll? Good shot. That right lane is nice.
Yeah.
That right lane is really nice right now. And that same shot on 5 will 2-8-10 or bucket for Mike Morris.
Yep.
So it. That one looks okay.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Kept it a little tighter that time.
yeah, that's a great shot there. A good answer to the double by Joel.
Joel strikes here, he can be up by 5. But if you notice, look at the scores, like the total scores, the better score is always on the left side.
Yeah. Yep. It's got to push. And see, you got to take advantage of that right lane.
Yeah.
And if you're Joel, you got to think, okay, he's going to finish on the right lane, and
Yeah.
I have to finish on the left. So I think Joel really wanted that one there for that reason. Tough spare, hard way.
Oh, just missed her.
No. Well, now I think Joel needs help. Take a closer look at those scores.
Say a strike right here would do a lot of good for him.
Yeah. once again, a matchup of major champions here in the stepladder finals.
That was a
That's
way
a
better shot.
Really good shot on that lane. And he's wondering why the others didn't hook like that. Now, if you look back on it, I do believe that these two won 3 consecutive NDBowling.com classics. Amongst them, I think, actually it could be 4. Because Mike Morris won 2, then Joel won, and then Mike Morris won after that. I think Joel might have won it in 2010. It's one or the other. For a commanding lead.
Ooh.
That's a pretty good shot in that situation.
I got her in a hair, but it held there.
So now Mike with a commanding lead. Well, a streak here will pretty much give the advantage to Mike, unless something freak happens. Looks good. And you could hear him. He's like, that better roll up. Great shot by Mike, and that puts him in the driver's seat in this match.
All he needs to do is pretty much fill in the 10th.
Joel's still got 214 up on the board. Mike's already in the 220s, so. He wishes he had that other shot on the right lane back.
Yeah. At least spared it up. Could have spared it up, it would put a little bit more pressure on him.
Once again, we're in our first of 3 matches here in the stepladder finals of the NDBowling.com Kickoff Classic. Joel Gley versus Mike Morris. Shot looks good there.
He's probably thinking, can we start over again?
Yep. Looks like we have over 30 people watching for the stepladder finals. Continue to share the show on all of our social media. Help us out here. You guys are the advertisers for NDBowling.com, and I do appreciate all that you guys do. Our fans are the best. And Joel's going to finish up here, wishing he made that move earlier in this game. 4th place is going to take home $660 for 4th place. I still think that's pretty good for only having 35 entries here.
Yeah.
So for those of you watching who didn't make the trip, please make the trip out here next year. It's a great event, a lot of added money. And of course, you'll have a chance to be on NDBowlTV. So Joel finishes up here with a 213. And Mike Morris just needs to keep it behind the line. Shot looks all right. And there it is. Got a rare yell out of Mike Morris on that one. He will advance.
Still pretty soft, but
still got a yell out of Mike Morris.
yeah.
So, you know, he may be getting a little older, but he's still a fierce competitor. So.
Oh yeah. That was the best ball he threw all game right there.
And a good spot for a solid 8. Well, Now, Mike will move on to face Clayton Moore. Hey, look at that. Oh, I thought I had him. I thought I caught the fly. I failed.
You had my hopes up.
Yeah, buzzing around my face again, but I thought I had him. All right, and that concludes the match here. Mike Morris, 232. Joel Galley, 213. Mike Morris advances to play Clayton Moore. Clayton Moore will have, I think, 2 on each lane and lane choice. The winner of this match will bowl in the title game against Matt Smallin, who is our defending champion here. And the winner of the tournament will get $1,040. So if we took statistics here at NDBowlTV, I think I've done, Clayton Moore was in 2 of the finals that we did last year out of the 5 shows, and he could possibly make the final here today and be in the final of half the shows that I've done on NDBowlTV. So I think everyone's getting a good look at Clayton Moore, and he's put a lot of work into his game, and you can tell.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he's a lot more solid and fluid at the line, and not that he wasn't before, but it's even more so now. Tough matchup with Mike Morris, so this should be a good match. And regardless who wins this match, it's going to be a good one against Matt Smallin as well. So.
Oh, yeah.
So Clayton taking his final warm-up shots. Gives him a good time to check out some fantasy football scores, which is not going very well. I'm playing my best man this week in fantasy football, so it means a little more than normal.
Oh.
Of course, you always want to beat your best man, but he's got Jarvis Landry, who already has 73 yards and a touchdown, so it's got me in the early hole. All right.
Oh, I wish I played Tannehill this week instead of Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
He's already got 33 and it's the first. 3 touchdowns.
Wow.
And only 137 yards, but 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, and I think I have Tannehill on my bench in another league too. So, but how do you play a guy like that who hasn't performed as much as he should? So,
And Wilson threw 2 interceptions, so that doesn't help anything.
yeah. All right. Clayton Moore has chose Mike to start, so we are underway. And there's that fly again. That's a good shot. And you know, I think Mike's okay with starting this match because then he doesn't have to finish on the left lane.
Right.
So we'll see how Clayton attacks that left lane compared to everyone else, because he's got a little more hand in the ball.
Yeah.
And he'll probably play left where Joel finished out
Yep.
that first match. So
Looked like he liked that left lane better in warm-ups.
it's a good shot.
Yeah,
That's hard to beat.
he's away from everybody that's been on this pair all day.
Yep. And I think that'll bode well for him on lane 5. It's a great shot. He's well inside of everyone else.
Yes.
So You know, and if I'm Matt Smallin, you know, I don't know if he's been keeping closest tabs on our featured pairs we have, but you know, I'd be watching. I'd be knowing where these guys are playing, because that left lane is ugly. I know Clayton made it look easy right there, but it's it's pretty ugly right now.
He makes a lot of things look easy, though.
That is true. 3 straight major finals. That's a really good shot by Mike. So we're all square through 2. Let's take a close look at that scoreboard. Mike is the bowler on the left. Mike Morris and Clayton Morris on the right, since they're not called first bowler, so. And thankfully our scoring camera has been nice to us the last half of the tournament here. Earlier today it was freezing up on us, so.
Just had to warm up.
Yeah, apparently. Well, it is cold in here. That shot looks okay. You know, as long as it rolls, you can see it get to the end of the pattern, and as long as that ball rolls up, you know it's good. But if he shoves it or get a little too fast, it skates right through the break point, and he leaves the 2-8-10 or the bucket, and left with a multi-pin spare conversion. So good shot there by Mike. He's got 3 strikes to start the match. That's a really good ball reaction right now, and that's going to be tough to beat.
Those motive balls are very, very good.
I know a lot of people have been going to that equipment lately. I know Jack Nelson started throwing that equipment. Mike Harris did. But
there's quite a bit of us here.
It really helps having a guy showing off the equipment as much as Clayton has, and been so successful with it. So. Will it hold? It's a good shot there. And this match is going to be a matter of who blinks first.
Yeah. Ooh, got that one out.
Oh, got away with it.
Hit a little bit of that dry and it came back.
Got into a roll for him, so we're all square through 4. Once again, the winner of this match will bowl against Matt Smallin, our defending champion, for the title, and a prize check of $1,040, which is a very good payout for 35 bowlers, folks. So if you were debating bowling this event, mark it on your calendar next year. It'll likely be the end of October once again. So. Just enough oil in the middle of the lane to carry that ball far enough down lane. And I think Mike thinks he's fortunate on that one. But nonetheless, who's gonna blink first?
And also, if we fill this tournament, it's $1,500 for first.
Which I think is the same as a K-Fire.
Yeah, and it's $10.50 for second. So I mean that's
a good payout.
Very good payout.
So if we can get some more bowlers in next year, you know, tell your friends. I know we had a couple conflicting tournaments this weekend that might have hurt things, but Clayton Moore for the front 5. It's a little wide. And there's that 7-pin. It seems like we've had a lot on lane 6. It seems like I've been watching today, and it seems like lane 6 has been leaving them more than any. I think when I go home, I'm going to practice my spare shooting at the 7-pin for when we come back for doubles. But in all reality, that shot by Clayton was a little wide.
Yeah.
So I know he probably didn't like the result, but still in the match here. Any sort of miss by Mike, and it's back to an even match, depending on count. So take a quick look at the scoreboard here. Clayton Moore with the only miss. Actually, the scoreboard froze again, so I spoke too soon. So we'll go back here until that scoreboard comes back for us. That shot's in, but carries a 10 out, so the one blemish so far is a 9 spare in the 5th for Clayton. There we go. Looks like our score decided to come back to life. There we go. I wonder why that camera would do that. Maybe it's like got to catch up or something. But nonetheless, we got the scores back. Here's Mike working on the front 5.
Ooh, that's wide right.
It's got a hook, yep. All right, well.
At least it's a little bit easier spare than the 2-8-10.
Very makeable. It's got a chance. And he cut it thin. Ooh. Well, let's take a look at that scoreboard now that we've got live camera going on here. And you can see Mike with the 145 in the 6th. Clayton with the clear advantage now. Got a hook. I think he got that a hair wide at about halfway down the lane, and it never got into its full roll like we'd been seeing on that lane for him. Converts to spare. Well, Clayton Moore's in the driver's seat now. He can put a foot to the throat, so to speak, with a couple strings here. That shot looks better. Ooh, just couldn't get the 10 out. Off his hand, I thought that was a pretty good shot. Slightly labored down lane. I'm really curious to see how Matt plays these lanes. I haven't really been watching him over there on the warm-up pair to see what he's doing, but
He's been trying to go inside. I've been looking over every once in a while.
okay. Converts to spare. Now through 6, he's got a 4-pin lead. Will it flip? There you go, got the 10 out. And you can see that ball. If that ball doesn't pick up just the right time and goes a little late, that 10 will still be there. So
That's actually one of the hardest balls that I've ever been able to read, just
Really?
because of the color scheme on there.
I suppose, yeah, you can't really see the way it rolled up and everything. It's pretty much a solid color the whole way around. So, well, it's a pretty exciting match here to stay within 4. Shot looks okay. Good shot by Mike. So here we go, folks. We're going into the last 2 frames. Mike Morris is only down 4 pins. Let your friends and family know we got an exciting match. And the last one is bound to be just as good. So share on social media, let everyone know. We are live in Jamestown at Buffalo Lanes at the NDBowling.com Kickoff Classic. Semifinal match. It's got a push. Leaves a 4. He made an adjustment off that last shot on 5. A little farther inside, and it picked up about a couple feet too soon. Leaves a 4. Well, now regardless, Clayton Moore could have got up and closed this match out. Now it's just a little bit easier to do so. Looked really good off his hand. And carries the 4. What a break for Clayton Moore. All right, well, take advantage of the break. He can close it out here. All right. That was not one of his best shots of the weekend. I don't know what happened there, if he slid wrong or he came out of the ball different, but well, let's look at our score here. All of a sudden, Mike Morris is still alive. count here is important. Make sure you get 2. Almost converted it, so that'll. So he's got 224 on the board, so the count is important there. Strike spare will do it for Mike Morris. So 224 already on the board for Clayton Moore. Mike Morris needs the first one, or 9 spare strike to tie. He's got a hook. He's got to have it. And a solid 8. Unbelievable. Okay, it's not over yet. It is not over yet, folks. Mike needs to convert this spare and strike to tie. Unbelievable. Must convert and strike. Okay, there's a conversion. Well, here it is. Strike to tie. Anything less, Clayton Moore wins. Must-see TV, folks. If you haven't logged in yet, let everyone know this is pretty exciting. Here we go. Mike Morris for the tie. He's got to have it. Looks okay. He does.
And we have
Mike
a tie.
Morris ties Clayton Moore at 224, so we'll go into a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, and they will set up the scores to do so, so we will be able to still show you that. And this is a first for us, Kirby. Our first ever tie on NDBowlTV, so first for everything.
I don't know what's more exciting, that or the 110 by Chris Charles earlier.
I don't think he'll appreciate you saying. But yes, a first tie, and Mike Morris will be up first. Okay, so apparently we're just gonna keep the scores as they are.
Yeah, he just said he'll just figure. I was gonna put gutter to him, but he said I'll just figure it out. We'll just figure it out.
Okay, so our scores are pretty much obsolete at this point, folks, so we'll take that off. Good shot by Mike, so he's got the opening strike. Now Clayton Moore will bowl a 9th and a 10th frame, and Mike will return on lane 6 to finish his 10th frame. I believe it would be sudden death if they tie again, like one ball on the same lane. Alright, well, we're still tied. So now both bowlers will bowl the equivalent of a 10th frame. Clayton Moore will go first on the left lane. It's got a hook. Oh, and he almost caught a break, leaving a 2-pin, so a 9 count. So he spares it up. We'll give him 20 in the 9th frame, and then a strike will give him 40 for the roll-off. But we got to first convert the spare. Right. So he's got the 20. So he'll have 20 plus whatever he gets here. And he gets 6. So 36. 36 is Clayton Moore's score in the tiebreaker. Mike Morris has a strike. If he gets the first one, that'll put him into the mid-20s, if not 30, for the 9th frame. So this first shot is pretty big for Mike. But if he does spare, remember that 6 count that Clayton just left leaves a lot of openings for Mike. And he gets a break. I think that's makeup for that 8-pin. So the strike there pretty much seals the deal. And just for sake of completing games, they'll throw 2 more shots. And what an incredible match that was. Mike will get the 9 there. So he's got 29 in the 9th frame. Could possibly add the 20 here for 49, so 49-36. There you have it, 224 apiece, and Mike wins it 49-36 in the tiebreaker, and our championship match will be Mike Morris against Matt Smallin. A pair of multiple major winners, young and, well, we'll just say wise. I don't want to call Mike old. So here we go. Exciting semifinal match. We're now in the title match. So Clayton Moore, for his efforts, will take home $750 for third, which I think is pretty good. Looks like we got quite a few more people tuning in. It's a championship match here at the NDBowling.com Kickoff Classic. I'm Darren Sweeney, joined by Kirby Weller, and we're going to give you final coverage here of the championship match. One last time, I'd like to remind you that NDBowling.com is sponsored by Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV, and you can stay connected with us on Facebook and on Twitter. Like us on Facebook, follow us, and I'm sure you already have visited the YouTube site if you're watching with us today. You're watching live coverage on the High Plains Bowling Network, NDBowlTV. All right, Matt is taking his practice shots. I don't know if we can get a better match than that last one.
No.
That was pretty exciting. Okay, as you can see, Matt, he's trying to test out the middle part of the lane, and a little different than what I think he experienced down over on the practice pair. And for those of you watching, if you're active on Facebook or Twitter, please send out some notifications to people that watch NDBowlTV right now, because our championship match is about to be underway. Defending champion Matt Smallin against Mike Morris. I would like to remind you all, if you are visiting our YouTube page, please hit the subscribe button. The more people that subscribe, the better our rating is on YouTube. The more we get shown in search results and everything else. So please hit the subscribe button. It's free, and I'd really appreciate that. So here we go. Once again, Mike Morris will begin the match on the left lane, meaning he gets to finish on that right lane again. No. Well then, there's the left lane. So if you want to leave that in any spot, this is a good time to leave it. So opening split for Mike. Okay, he gets 1, so an open 9 in the first. That's a good shot by Matt. You know, I wish all of you sitting at home could see all the fans here. It's just, there's so many people watching this event right now. It's really exciting. Matt Smallin up in the second. There you go. That left lane. There's something about that left lane, and it causes fits for each bowler, and depending on how that bowler throws and what they're throwing. So I think you're Mike Morris right now, you're glad you're not finished on that lane, and every match he's had to finish on the right. So maybe they're not seeing what we're seeing, but I think that's a look of the draw for Mike. Let's take a look at our scoreboard. Mike is on the right, Matt is on the left. That's a good shot there by Mike. Now let's see what he does on that left lane after he left the 4-6. The shot was a little inside, but he had a shot over there earlier too where it checked up just about 2-3 feet too early and went through the nose. He converted the spare, but the last time he paid the ultimate price, so we'll see what he does on this lane. Still throwing that Columbia 300 urge, I believe. Gave that one a little more room. And he crumbles out the whole left side. That's what I used to call a Herzrud strike back when I lived in Fargo. All right, so a nice double on the board for Mike. Matt now up in the third. Doesn't trip the 4. I believe he's throwing a Marvel S.
Yes, he is. He's won a lot of money with that ball.
Yeah, he has. A lot of tournaments he's used that.
Looks like he has 2 of them actually.
Yep. I think he has them drilled a little different. Well, he converts a spare, and now if you're Matt, you're sitting here thinking, okay, this guy just struck on both lanes. He has a little bit of carry on his side. You got to start putting some shots together here. Look good off his hand. And he just gets the 8 to fall out. But he's still stumped on that left lane. I mean, he's getting closer.
In warm-ups, he was lights out on that one, too.
But in knowing Matt throughout the years, in title matches and whatever, he likes to get a little fast.
Yeah.
Like he gets amped up. He likes to get to the line a little quick, and that might have been what happened on those first 2 shots in that lane. So See if Mike can take advantage of. Looks all right if it rolls up. Good shot by Mike.
It's kind of funny seeing him run it out. I haven't seen him do that a whole lot.
Yeah, it's like a blast from the past, if you ask me. Because when I was in Fargo for so many years, I'd always go up and watch the finals of the old WDAY.
Okay.
And Mike was in it all the time. If he wasn't winning it, he was still on the step ladder. And it's pretty awesome to watch a guy bowl on TV shows and compete at the highest level in our state, pretty much. Is that one gonna roll for him? And just gets the 10 out. And a break for Mike Morris, and that's a 4-bagger on the board. Shot looked okay. And it checked on him. And he was hopeful.
He's just a hair slow on that one.
See, and that's the thing. He needs to be a hair slow on the left lane, I think.
Yep.
Okay. Oh my goodness. And that was a 6-pin, folks. The 6-pin slid to the right. And if those of you who know Matt know he will not be happy with that. So with the bad break there, Mike Morris can step up, throw a couple good shots, and take a commanding lead in this match. Will it roll? Yes, it does. What a good shot by Mike. You know, after he buried the 8, that almost cost him that match. And he gets through the roll-off. Now he's in commanding lead of the title match and could very well go home with the title today. So crazy how quickly it moves. Wow. What a good shot by Mike. Leaves the 7. Let's take a look at our score here. He's got the lead. But I think he would have liked to have that one there. And once again, one of the more sure spare shooters that I've seen in my day. That's why he's always there, always in contention. All right, you got to throw 2 good ones here. Oh, that didn't get any easier.
Well, and he changed that Defiant Soul
He
instead.
did.
And that ball just picks up a little sooner.
Yeah, and like you said, the last time he was on 6, it looked like he let off the speed a little bit with that Marvel S, and maybe he made the incorrect move there. Maybe he should have stuck with the original ball and just kept his speed up.
Yep.
Or maybe he adjusted off a 5 because he thought he was a little quick off those first 2 shots on 5. So it's hard to say. We're not in the mind of the bowler, but that's what we do back here is we speculate. So
Exactly.
all right, well, Mike has a 30-pin lead here. It's got to go. Just picks up enough, shuffles him out.
Now he went back to that Marvel S on that lane.
Well, a couple strikes here, and Mike Morris is going to be our champion because he's already up 30. And if he strikes twice, I guess he'll get a few pins in the 10th, but as we know, and as we know with Carey, anything can happen. No, he asked for it to hold, and it did.
It sure did.
When you're good, you're good. I think that was like membership roll right there. You know, I wish when I talk to my bowling ball it would do what I say.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Usually doesn't work that way, though. Bullet roll for him. Doesn't get the 10 out, so they're still out there. Now let's take a look closer at that score. Matt still has a shot here. He's gonna need help. There you go. I guess you could always count on Mike Morris to pick up the spare. So here's the situation, folks. Matt still has 226 left on the board. With a spare strike finish for Mike Morris, he's got 220, 228, or a strike spare finish, depending on count. So count is pretty big here going into the 10th frame.
Now he switched to that IQ solid there.
He did. Well, he finally got the good shot on that right lane. Now let's see what he can do on the left. He can strike out to make a mark and really count. So now he's back to that Marvel S on the left. And he crumbles it out. Gets the first one. Now if he can get the next 2, he'll force Mike to get good count on the first ball. At least he'll need a 19 pin fill. But Matt has to have this one here. just enough and carries out the 7. I think he wasn't sure on that one for a minute. Well, now it comes down to this. We saw it in the tiebreaker. Count on this last ball means a lot. Count matters here. Goes face for an 8. So now that gives Mike a few more options here. A 224 on the board for Matt. Since the score will go away on the monitor up there, it's a 224. Mike just needs spare and good count. As long as they're good count, because he's got an 8 up there right now. Knows and gets, at least he gets the 8 count, so that put the 6 up on the board. So now he needs a conversion in 9 to win the title. A conversion in 9. And that's how important count is on that last ball that Matt threw.
Yeah.
A conversion in 9 for the win. Conversion. Well, it's all going to come down to this, folks. We've had 35 bowlers. They bowled 8 games yesterday. We bowled 10 games today, plus the step ladder finals, and it's going to go down to 1 ball. A 9 or a strike, and he wins. Anything less, we could have another tie. Mike Morris for the win. And he got it. Mike Morris is the champion of the 2015 NDBowling.com Kickoff Classic in a thriller of a final. And we're going to see if we can get a word with Mike here in a minute. And I just want to thank Kirby for joining me today. Thank you, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was a good day. Thank you for joining me on the show, and I'm sure we'll do it again.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna get a quick word with Mike. Just want to say goodbye to Kirby and thanks to him. See if we can talk to the champion himself. So thank you, and we'll do it again next year. All right, well, I'm joined now in the booth with the champion, Mike Morris. Mike, how is that? Pretty exciting.
Oh, wow. I can't believe, just the way those last couple of matches went. Unbelievable. It really gets the nerves going, that's
right,
for sure.
Yeah. even a guy that is a seasoned vet as yourself, it was crazy watching you go through that match, especially against Clayton. You needed the strike there to win. Yeah. And you go up there and bury the 8 pin.
Solid A, I couldn't believe it.
And I was watching in the chat room, and people were about freaking out over that one. So to be able to come back from that and then win the tiebreaker and then come down to a final ball in the title match, what went through your head there?
Well, I think the main thing for me was I just go through my pre-shot routine. I try to block those things out and just try to make, go back to my things I've been doing all these years and forget about that I need, just trying to make a good shot. And, you practice all these times and bowl to that one time and just to make a good shot. So that's what goes through my thoughts. Just make a good shot and try not to think about the situation.
Absolutely. That's a good lesson for anybody watching at home, too, if you're younger. And another thing that Kirby and I were watching is the left lane was giving a lot of people fits, and it seemed like in every match you didn't have the choice. They chose you to start first, so you finished on the right.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised about that because I I preferred the right lane better for me. And the pairs this morning, even in the TV show, they're all a little bit different slightly, and the oil's moving around. So in this case, I think the left lane was a little more difficult. So I was a little surprised that they all let me finish on the right lane.
Yeah, and we were too to catch the match.
But they probably went with with the best look they had too.
Absolutely,
so.
Yep. And we were watching how each player played the lanes, and it was a surprise that they picked you to start first in each one. But maybe that's their motto,
Yeah. And sometimes you worry about a letdown and those kinds of things. But then I opened up the championship match with a split, and I thought, oh no, all right, let's just calm down here, make good shots. And Matt, all the guys are, obviously we know how well Matt's been bowling the last few years, and Clayton as well. So maybe I knew I had my hands full. I knew I had a good, but I had a good line. I just questioned making the shots,
And you did, that's for sure.
But at 53 years old, that gives us hope for all us old guys out there.
Yeah. You won one for the old guys,
that's
I
right,
guess.
That's right.
Somewhere out there, Jack Nelson is smiling,
That's
I'm
right,
sure.
Jack. Well, I'd like to just take this opportunity to thank North Dakota Bowling, Darren, yourself, what you're doing here. I know you're not making any money, as a matter of fact. So I want to tell everybody to support you and keep this up. This is terrific. It really gives us a chance to showcase all the great talent out bowling on the tour. So
awesome.
Thank you very much.
That.
That's really nice.
I appreciate that, and it was good covering you today, and I'm glad you came out and bowled.
Yeah, thank you. Thank Buffalo Lanes too, and Casey always great job too for hosting us. And we'll see you back a couple of weeks for the doubles.
Perfect. And Mike took home $1,040 for his efforts with the $2,000 added prize fund. So a great turnout, and I want to thank everyone for watching. And once again, our champion is Mike Morris of the 2015 NDBowling.com Kickoff Classic. You are watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. I'm Darren Sini signing off, and I'll see you guys in 3 weeks at the Great Plains Scratch Classic in Sioux Falls.